जिसको तुझसे हो प्यार, कोई तो दिलबर हो यार। तन मन करे तुझ पे फिदा महबूब वो, पलकों पे जो रखे तुझे महबूब वो, जिसकी वफा तेरे लिए हो। अरे यारो मोहब्बत ही तो बंदगी है, ये ना हो तो क्या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी है। कोई तो दिलबर हो यार, जिसको तुझसे हो प्यार, कोई तो दिलबर हो यार। जब भी कोई हसीना मेरे दिल के तार बजे बार बार, मेरे दिल के तार बजे बार बार। वो ये छन छन छना ननू, छन छन छना नना, छन छन छना ननम, छम 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 छमा छम। छन छन छना ननू, छन छन छना नना, छन छन छना ननम, छम 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 छमा छम। क्यों मेरे पीछे आती है ये सब, मैं भागता हूँ इन सब से बच के। दिल इनका लेता हूँ, दिल इनको देता हूँ, धीरे से चोरी से और थोड़ा हंस के। मेरे दिल के तार बजे बार बार, मेरे दिल के तार बजे बार बार। ओ ये छन छन छना ननू, छन छन छना नना, छन छन छना ननम, छम 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 छमा छम। छन छन छना ननू, छन छन छना नना, छन छन छना ननम, छम 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 छमा छम।
नंदिनी, 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 समीर जा रहा है। जाकर देखा उसे, फिर शायद जिंदगी में तुम उसे कभी नहीं देख पाओगी।
तड़प तड़प के इस दिल से आह निकलती रही, मुझको सजा दी प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए, हाँ लुट गए, तो लुट गए हम तेरी मोहब्बत में। तड़प तड़प के इस दिल से आह निकलती रही, मुझको सजा दी प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए, तेरी मोहब्बत में। अजब है इश्क यारा, पल दो पल की खुशियाँ, गम के खजाने मिलते हैं, फिर मिलती है तन्हाइयाँ। कभी आंसू कभी आहे, कभी शिकवे कभी नाले, तेरा चेहरा नजर आए, तेरा चेहरा नजर आए मुझे दिन के उजालों में, तेरी तड़पाए, तेरी यादें तड़पाए, रातों के अंधेरों में तेरा चेहरा नजर आए। मचल मचल के इस दिल से आह निकलती रही, मुझको सजा दी प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए, हाँ लुट गए, तो लुट गए हम तेरी मोहब्बत में। सच कह रहा है दीवाना, दिल दिल ना किसी से लगाना, झूठे हैं यार के वादे सारे, झूठी है प्यार की कसमें। मैंने हर लम्हा जिसे चाहा, जिसे पूजा, उसी ने यारों मेरा दिल तोड़ा तोड़ा, तन्हा तन्हा छोड़ा। था सुहाना बड़ा मौसम मौसम, मैंने देखा उसे हुआ मैं पागल, बस पल भर में। मौसम मौसम था सुहाना बड़ा मौसम मौसम, मैंने देखा उसे हुआ मैं पागल, बस पल भर में। आके बसी है वो मेरे मन में, उसकी कमी है अब जीवन में, वो दूर है मेरी नजरों से, क्यों उसे मैं चाहूं। ला 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 ले, ला 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 ला, ला 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 ले, ला 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 ला। मैंने हर लम्हा जिसे चाहा, जिसे पूजा, उसी ने यारों मेरा दिल तोड़ा तोड़ा, तन्हा तन्हा छोड़ा। क्यों आजकल नींद कम ख्वाब ज्यादा है, लगता खुदा का कोई नेक इरादा है। कल था फकीर आज दिल शहजादा है, लगता खुदा का कोई नेक इरादा है। क्या मुझे प्यार है या कैसा खुमार है, या क्या मुझे प्यार है या कैसा खुमार है या।
सना अजीम मंजिल तक पहुंचने की सीढ़ी है, मंजिल नहीं। ये इश्क विश्क के चक्कर में मत पड़ जाओ उसके साथ, हाँ समझ गया।
तुम क्यों चले आते हो हर रोज इन ख्वाबों में, चुपके से आ भी जाओ एक दिन मेरी बाहों में। तेरे ही सपने अंधेरों में उजालों में, कोई नशा है तेरी आंखों के प्यालों में। तू मेरे ख्वाबों में, जवाबों में, सवालों में, हर दिन चुरा तुम्हें मैं लाता हूँ ख्यालों में। मुझे प्यार है या कैसा खुमार है, या क्या मुझे प्यार है या कैसा खुमार है या।
KK was just 53, was known for his youthful exuberance and super fit lifestyle. Fans are shell-shocked at the young singer leaving so soon. The singer is known to be a non-smoker and never drank alcohol. He did not have any pre-existing medical condition. Several theories are doing the rounds, including a heat stroke, which led to a possible heart attack or a possible impact of hectic workload. Angry fans point to allegations of negligence during the concert as one of the reasons behind the untimely death. He was facing difficulty while performing, complained of excessive heat. Doctors are suspecting cardiac arrest and a possible heat stroke to be the cause of his death. If sources are believed, there was no heart rate when he was admitted to the hospital. Doctors also did not detect a pulse rate. He's not the first celebrity to leave the world so young. Earlier, TV star Siddharth Shukla and Kannada superstar Puneet Rajkumar passed away.
Dr. Naresh, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. KK gone too soon. At a young age of 53, he had a massive heart attack. He complained of excessive heat at that venue. He was, instead of being taken to a hospital, he was rushed to a hotel where he's said to have collapsed. And that's when they moved him to a hospital where he was declared brought dead. Several theories and suspicion on what could have really happened. We'd like to hear from you.
So, in the absence of a proper history and background, it's difficult to say what could be the cause. But some of the things that one has to be careful about is today we know that people who have family history of heart disease, people who have diabetes, and as we know that KK did not smoke or drink, so those two factors were not there. But the two significant factors that play a role in younger people getting heart disease are basically genetic, stress, which I'm sure any performer has to go through a lot. And three, if there is diabetes, it is an added significant risk factor. So what happened in that concert? Obviously, a concert is like a high intensity, high energy event. And if there was a pre-existing heart disease, which he may or may not have realized, and contributing factors can be the strenuous 2 hours that he spent there, the exhaustion, and also the heat. So dehydration also precipitates heart attacks in pre-existing blockages in the arteries. So it could be any one of those reasons. And we don't know in the absence of an autopsy report yet whether it was really a heart attack or was it something else.
Rehan, we know a heat stroke or heat exhaustion is a common phenomena, especially during the summers. We know that you step out and you feel faint due to excessive heat. So a heat stroke could be common. How could that link to the heart? Could that really have a link to your heart?
No, see, what does a heat stroke mean? I mean, it means that it does not affect the heart in that direct a manner, but it does create dehydration. So dehydration itself will increase the thickness of your blood, and that means that if there are pre-existing blockages already, the blood can clot. So it can enhance the clotting of the blood, and in situations like this, when there is pre-existing disease, stress, exhaustion, heat stroke, and also the fact that the stress one goes through can raise your blood pressure, and a lot of performers during their performance do have an elevated blood pressure because they are really energized at that time. And also, so all these things put together can precipitate a heart attack. But one of the things, see, there are two mechanisms in which this kind of thing would have happened. One is that there were already pre-existing blockages in the arteries. They may have been 50, 60, 70, 80%. And then something happens which precipitates the blood, or the plaque ruptures and they get a clot in the artery and they get a heart attack. The second thing that can happen, which does happen in events like this, is that you have a very high blood pressure which ruptures the artery. The inner lining of the artery actually breaks. And if that happens, what we call dissection. Dissection can give you an acute heart attack immediately. So those are the mechanisms which are the most common you would find. And that's why when we say you have had athletes drop dead, you have people on a bicycle, and then COVID is another added risk factor which has come into play in the pandemic. And so all this has to be taken into consideration to say what could be the immediate tragic event that happened, what caused it. So in a way, now what could have been done, whether we should have taken to the hospital together immediately or to the hotel, those are things that we don't know, and we can just tell you medically that this is possible because of the factors that I just enumerated.
Dr. Rehan, like you did say, whatever we discuss now in retrospect could be futile. But the fact that he felt slightly uneasy, we hear contradictory reports saying that he went to the hotel and then that's where he threw up, he wasn't able to handle that sickness, and then he collapsed. And that's when he was rushed to the hospital. Do you think there could have been error in judgment? Soon after the concert, he was feeling uneasy. He should have been taken to the hospital first.
No. See, this is all a matter of spec. Who did what? Because, we should not be speculating. It's a very tragic event. It's a big loss to the country and to the music industry. And I think that unnecessary speculation on this should not be done. The autopsy report will be available a little later in the day, and we'll know the true cause. But what I was using this interaction with you was to warn people. To warn people that, look, if you have, like today we say, know your genes. If you have history of heart disease in the family, then you should be following a certain regimen, which we have described. And we say, okay, we do a checkup at this stage, that's and how to go about in subsequent checkups so that we can keep these people safe. So those are the things that we need to really pay attention to. That when a reminder comes like this, when a healthy person who's a singer, who has this sudden death happens, that it sends alarm waves around us. It also, sends a shiver up your body to say it can happen to anybody. But can we do anything? So today we are at a stage in medicine, especially in cardiology and cardiac sciences, that we can actually do a predictive model for a given individual. We know all the contributing factors. I mean, with a great degree of accuracy, we can tell people who are at a higher risk of getting a heart attack and those who are not. And also give a little bit of a follow-up to say, this is where we have to check periodically, milestone it for that individual, rather than telling the whole country that you need to do this, that, these. That science has now come. The molecular science that we have today, the genetic science that we have today, makes it eminently predictable for us to say, with great degree of accuracy, who are the people at risk. And those people who are at risk have to be careful. And I'll tell you one very important fact, that heart attacks, high blood pressure, stress, they're all related. So you can't tell the whole world, don't do any stressful work, but the people who are at risk, which we can determine, they should actually manage their lifestyle a little differently than people who do not have that high risk.
We know precaution is certainly better than post-mortem, and that's what we see here. If he possibly had a history of heart disease, then that, or anyone for that matter, as per your words, must be slightly more careful. But what we're aghast here is that KK as a singer had a very clean, super clean lifestyle, never smoked, didn't drink. We hear that he never stayed up late, was not known for party life as such. And it's not like him singing at a concert was a new phenomenon for him. He's done this extensively over his 20-odd years of his career, and this certainly wasn't something that his body received a shock with. He carries out riyaz every day. He sings to high tunes and high pitch on a regular basis, records on a daily basis. So for a man who's singing as his daily routine, this comes as a shock.
That's the point I'm making to you. That you can have silent heart disease developing inside you, which you don't know about. It can be detected with a great degree of success by the tests that we prescribe. So unless he had a regular checkup, which is very possible, I don't know what the history is. But what I'm saying, if you take this, loss as a communication to all the people who are actually listening to this, to say, please calibrate yourself as an individual. There are general rules and there are individual rules. So just because somebody is not drinking, not smoking, not doing any other indulgences, does not mean that they are not getting heart disease inside. Yes, smoking, drinking does contribute to development of heart disease. But like I said, anybody can get heart disease, so I'll give you a data on that. If you do not have any risk factors, in India, there is somewhere a chance around from 8 to 10% that you will get heart disease just by the makeup of our genes, our eating habits, our lifestyles. So all those things contribute to India's heart disease burden being at least 2 to 3 times that of the United States. Although the fact is that in the United States, they abuse diet hugely. There is more obesity in the United States than there is in India. But we have a very sedentary lifestyle. We have a rich diet also. And we have a genetic propensity which is higher than most countries in the world. So given these 3 factors, we are at risk. Now you add another risk to that, there is known heart disease in your family, your chances of getting heart disease doubles. So that means you have to be that much more careful in monitoring your risk factors, which you can control. There are many things we can control. Like we say, if you have a biochemical defect, like your cholesterol, all the other parameters that we measure can be controlled today. Stress busting can be done. We prescribe yoga is the best thing for you to incorporate in your life. Pranayama is very important, especially if you have a stressful life. Exercise is paramount. So if you do these things, that you can actually reverse some of the risk factors. And if that be so, you can also reduce the chances of getting a heart attack. So I am very clear in my communication that no speculation on what happened to KK. We will find out soon from the autopsy report. But as a general reminder to all of us that this tragedy is lurking, and many, many people have lost their lives to heart attacks and things like that, that we should pay attention. We should pay attention generally and we should pay attention individually, because the genetic imprint will tell you where you are headed. So if you have heart disease, you know your chances of getting heart disease is double if your family has it. If you have diabetes in the family, again, the chances of getting diabetes for the children is double. And if you have risk of both, that means you have a very high risk of developing heart disease. So I think that's the warning that I would like to give. And beyond that, I do not want to speculate on what happened and what should have been done and what should not have been done.
Dr. Naresh Trihan talking about the predisposition factors to cardiovascular heart diseases. It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're shifting focus to the ED, which has now issued notices to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. Congress has tried political vendetta as always, says the Modi government is misusing agencies. We're getting to that story in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching.
K was just 53 years old. Non-drinker, non-smoker, no existing diseases, fitness freak. Not someone who was unused to a busy schedule with a packed schedule of concerts or early flights. So what happened to him? His fans and family are asking questions and they are owed some answers. We're going to try and get to the bottom of it on 5 Live at 5 p.m. Also, the Moosewala murder is on top of our agenda. And at 5:30, at least 3 of the 7 people believed to have shot and killed Sidhu Moose Wala have been identified. I also have 3 pieces of breaking news and video footage that hasn't been seen before. That's coming up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good evening. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you up to speed with the headlines this Wednesday evening. Mamata Banerjee government accords gun salute to iconic singer KK, who passed away at the age of 53 late last night after a concert in Kolkata. Singers, composers and fans pay musical tributes on India Today. KK declared brought dead at hospital after complaining of uneasiness and excessive heat at last concert. Shattered family rushes to Kolkata. Mismanagement and chaos marred KK's last concert in Kolkata. Fans being sprayed with fire extinguisher caught on camera. Mega BJP and TMC blame game erupts. ED notice to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. Congress tries political vendetta, says Modi government is misusing agencies. Moosewala murder plot unravels from Tihar to Punjab jails. Cops drill gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Forensic team to study the shootout video. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath lays the first carved stone for Ram Mandir sanctum. Says invaders had attacked India's faith. Pledges to make Ram Mandir India's national temple.
जिन आक्रांताओं ने अपने नापाक इरादों के माध्यम से भारत की आस्था पर प्रहार किया था, अंततः भारत की
Top story at this hour, the National Herald case continues to haunt the Congress and the Gandhis. Rahul and Sonia Gandhi have been issued notices by the ED to appear before the agency. The Congress has confirmed the Gandhis will cooperate with the investigations. Sonia Gandhi is to appear before the agency on the 8th of June. Rahul Gandhi apparently has sought more time from the ED, saying that he can't appear tomorrow, the 2nd of June. The day he was in fact asked to appear before it. Sources within the ED have said that Gandhi has asked for more time. Sonia Gandhi has confirmed that she will be appearing on the 8th of June. This is the first time that Gandhis have been issued a notice in the case, and sources within the ED have said they will be questioned on alleged illegal properties acquired by AJL.
आजादी के आंदोलन की आवाज बने इस अखबार का मूल मंत्र तब और अब दोनों समय था, आजादी खतरे में है, अपनी पूरी ताकत से इसकी रक्षा करें। आज फिर उस समय की
Going straight to Delhi, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was addressing the press. Listen in.
इंसानियत के खिलाफ है, देश के खिलाफ है, और इसे रोकने के लिए कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा। जब कश्मीरी पंडित भाई बहन इसका विरोध करते हैं तो उनको उनकी कॉलोनी में बंद कर दिया जाता है। ताकि वो आवाज़ ना उठा सकें। वे लोग अपने किसी करीबी को जब मरते हुए देखते हैं और फिर जब वे इसके खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाने की कोशिश करते हैं तो उनकी आवाज़ को दबा दिया जाता है। ये कैसा न्याय है? चाहे सरकारी कर्मचारी राहुल भट्ट हों, श्रीनगर में रहने वाले केमिस्ट ML बिंदु हों या फिर स्कूल टीचर रजनी बाला हो, इस तरह 16 कश्मीरी पंडितों को इसी साल चुन चुन के मारा गया। ये सब कश्मीर समाज का हिस्सा हैं। कश्मीर का आम आदमी यही चाहता है कि कश्मीर में रहने वाले हिंदू और मुसलमान सभी एक साथ रहें, सुख से रहें। लेकिन आतंकवादी ताकतें ये नहीं चाहती कि ये लोग एक साथ रहें। उनके लिए सबसे बड़ा खतरा है, उनकी एकता सबसे बड़ा खतरा है आतंकवादियों के लिए। आज कश्मीरी पंडित वापस कश्मीर में आना चाहते हैं। कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए कश्मीर उनकी जन्मभूमि है। ये और कहाँ जाएंगे? कोई भी जब अपनी जन्मभूमि छोड़ के किसी दूसरे शहर में रहने जाता है तो चाहे हम उन्हें कितनी भी सुविधाएं दे दें, लेकिन अपना घर तो अपना होता है, अपनी मिट्टी तो अपनी होती है, उसके साथ तो अलग जुड़ाव होता है। अब ऐसा देखा जा रहा है कि कश्मीरी पंडित वहाँ ट्रक ड्राइवरों से मोल भाव कर रहे हैं बेचारे, ताकि सामान शिफ्ट किया जा सके। वो कश्मीर से निकल के जम्मू या फिर किसी दूसरे राज्य जाने को मजबूर हो रहे हैं। वापस वही वक्त आ रहा है जो 90 के दशक में था। अपने जीवन में कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ दूसरी बार ऐसा हो रहा है क्योंकि हम उन्हें सुरक्षा नहीं दे पाए। मेरी मांग है कि उनको उचित सुरक्षा दी जाए, उनकी आवाज़ को न दबाया जाए। ये उनकी जन्मभूमि है, उन्हें कश्मीर में अपना घर बसाने का हक मिलना ही चाहिए। मेरी केंद्र सरकार से गुजारिश है, कश्मीरी पंडितों को कश्मीर में बसाने के लिए सबको एक साथ मिलकर काम करना होगा। हमारी इसमें जो भी भूमिका होगी वो हम निभाने के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार हैं। जय हिंद।
The Delhi Chief Minister raising the issue of insecurity that Kashmiri Pandits and Hindus, minorities essentially in the valley, face after there were in fact reports of the administration not allowing Kashmiri Pandits to leave the camps that they have been kept in, after there was a warning from them that there would be a mass migration, given the kind of threat that they face, given the kind of targeted killings they have been facing.
रहे या ना रहे याद आएंगे ये पल।
A day after the sudden demise of singer KK in Kolkata, he was given a gun salute at Kolkata's Rabindra Sadan. His mortal remains now will be flown to Mumbai for the last rites. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee paid tributes. The family members were present during the ceremony. KK passed away late last night at the age of 53 after performing at a concert. He was feeling unwell at the concert. He went to his hotel and then moved to a hospital where he was declared brought dead. The police have registered a case of unnatural death. According to sources, injury marks are found on his face and head. According to reports, he was feeling heavy after the performance. Doctors are suspecting that he suffered a massive cardiac arrest. The post-mortem report, however, is not out just yet. KK was just 53, was known for his youthful exuberance and super fit lifestyle. Fans are shell-shocked at the young singer leaving so soon. He is known to be a non-smoker and never drank alcohol. He did not have any pre-existing medical conditions, is what his friends suggest. Several theories are doing the rounds, including that of a heat stroke that could have triggered a heart attack or a possible impact of hectic work schedule. Angry fans point to allegations of negligence during the concert as one of the reasons. He was facing some difficulty. He was feeling hot and uncomfortable. Doctors are suspecting a cardiac arrest and a possible heat stroke. If sources are to be believed, there was no heart rate when he was admitted to hospital. Doctors also did not detect pulse rate. He's not the first celebrity to leave the world so young. Earlier, TV star Siddharth Shukla and Kannada superstar Puneet Rajkumar also passed away under similar circumstances.
Dr. Naresh, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. KK gone too soon. At a young age of 53, he had a massive heart attack. He complained of excessive heat at that venue. He was, instead of being taken to a hospital, he was rushed to a hotel where he's said to have collapsed. And that's when they moved him to a hospital where he was declared brought dead. Several theories and suspicion on what could have really happened. We'd like to hear from you.
So, in the absence of a proper history and background, it's difficult to say what could be the cause. But some of the things that one has to be careful about is today we know that people who have family history of heart disease, people who have diabetes, and as we know that KK did not smoke or drink, so those two factors were not there. But the two significant factors that play a role in younger people getting heart disease are basically genetic, stress, which I'm sure any performer has to go through a lot. And three, if there is diabetes, it is an added significant risk factor. So what happened in that concert? Obviously, a concert is like a high intensity, high energy event. And if there was a pre-existing heart disease, which he may or may not have realized, and contributing factors can be the strenuous 2 hours that he spent there, the exhaustion, and also the heat. So dehydration also precipitates heart attacks in pre-existing blockages in the arteries. So it could be any one of those reasons. And we don't know in the absence of an autopsy report yet whether it was really a heart attack or was it something else.
KK's demise has raised several questions on the organizers in Kolkata. India Today has accessed exclusive visuals of last night's concert where you can see chaos, poor audience management at the auditorium. Over 3,000 people attended the show. The situation was so bad that organizers had to spray fire extinguisher on the crowds to keep them under control. KK, visibly in these pictures, was feeling uneasy, had complained of extreme heat. He was moved to his hotel room shortly after he complained of uneasiness. He fell in the room and then was rushed to a nearby hospital where he was declared brought dead. The BJP has hit out at the West Bengal government, saying that they mismanaged the situation, saying that it should not be done, also saying that the government does not have any control over anything whatsoever.
আমি জানি না কেন বারবার এই ধরনের ঘটনা ঘটে। এখানকার পুলিশ প্রশাসন কোনো বিখ্যাত ব্যক্তি সেলিব্রিটি বিশেষ করে এলে সাধারণ মানুষের মধ্যে একটা উন্মাদনা থাকে, অব্যবস্থা তৈরি হয়, কিন্তু সেটা দেখার জন্য প্রশাসনের দায়িত্ব থাকা উচিত। এই ধরনের শিল্পীদেরকে প্রোটেকশন দেওয়া। আপনি ভাবুন হাজার হাজার লোকের মধ্যে হলে এসি বন্ধ করে দিলে এই যা গরম, বাইরে আমরা অসুস্থ হয়ে যাচ্ছি, ভেতরে কি হতে পারে জানি না। সেই কারণে উনি অসুস্থ হয়েছেন কিনা বা ওনার জীবন গেছে কিনা, ঘটনা যাই হোক, এই ধরনের অব্যবস্থা আর অস্বাস্থ্যকর পরিবেশ যেন তৈরি না হয় সরকারের দেখা উচিত। কিরকম যেন মনে হচ্ছে সরকারের প্রশাসনের কোথাও কোনো হাত নেই, সব ভগবানের ইচ্ছাই চলছে, যা হয়ে যাচ্ছে, এদের কোনো হাত নেই, কোনো রকম দায়সারা করে দেন, এরকম কত ঘটনা ঘটে বলে খুব চিন্তার বিষয়, খুব সাবধান হওয়া উচিত এসব ব্যাপারে।
Obviously, due to KK popularity, there was a huge gathering, not only yesterday, last night, also on Monday. So there was a huge gathering. So it was very unfortunate. Overcrowding, dekhun, just a college fest. So maybe that might be the reason ke overcrowding chilo. Karon capacity, it was a full house.
This is the main entrance of this hall, and look what has happened to this entire place, because the caretaker showed us that the door has broken. This door, the nails have come off, the door has broken because of the amount of pressure that was created. Too many people who had actually gathered here, 2,500 capacity, almost double the number of people who had come here. And not just the door, but even concrete chunks have come off from these guard railings. If my camera person can come closer and show you that these guard railings have also broken, and chunks of concrete has come off
on the floor, and the police really had a tough time, in fact, to bring the situation in control. I'll ask my camera person to hand over the pass of the program. You know, we were showing this pass. This is what we could gather here at the location. This is the pass with which you could come and take part in the concert, and that probably is the crux of the problem, because there were no tickets, and since there were passes and this is a college fest, a numerable amount of excited, enthusiastic youngsters, big KK fan, they all lined up here with the hope that they would be able to get an entry and watch KK live in Kolkata. And on the other side of the pass, it's written free entry, not for sale. That could have been the problem, because you know, a lot of people entered this place. They did not have passes, necessary passes. So when they came in, they were hoping that they could somehow barge in. And you can understand, young, enthusiastic, college-growing crowd. The administration, the police found it very difficult to manage the crowd, and telltale signs of it are available. The doors broken, the guardrail broken, and since it's a newly renovated hall, so the AC was functioning at full capacity. But what the authorities told us is that when you have almost double the crowd, you can understand the kind of suffocating scenes that were witnessed inside, and that's quite visible in the way those visuals that have gone viral right now. You know, a singing sensation KK literally telling his team that, you know, switch off some of these lights, turn them off so that the temperature cools down.
KK's demise has left the nation shocked. His music has left an indelible mark in the sands of time. The Indian film fraternity is mourning his death, with several tributes pouring in on social media. Several stars, including Akshay Kumar, Vishal Dadlani, Farhan Akhtar, Karan Johar, Rahul Vaidya, among others, took to social media to mourn his demise. He reportedly suffered a heart attack after a live performance in Kolkata.
कल रात को सुना और जब सुनी मैं I was really devastated and sad. Please let me just go and see what's happening.
आपने तो काफी उनके साथ मुलाकात की है. लास्ट कब मुलाकात हुई थी? कंसर्ट में जाने की बात थी आपकी?
कल मैं जा नहीं पाई, लेकिन बहुत अफसोस की बात है.
उनके परिवार से क्या बात हुई है आपकी? परिवार से क्या बात?
परिवार आ रही है अभी, आ रही है.
और यहाँ से क्या लास्ट फ्लाइट कहाँ? मुंबई में ले जाएंगे?
मुझे पता नहीं, बॉम्बे जाएंगे या दिल्ली जाएंगे, सब पता हो जाएगा अभी थोड़ी देर.
अभी निकल गया पूरा समाचार ले
देखते हैं. नहीं, उनके वाइफ आएंगी, फिर वो लोग डिसाइड.
चोट भी लगी है उनको?
नहीं, I don't know anything about that. I can't talk about that. Let me go there.
He was part of my lots of songs. एयरलिफ्ट के गाने भी उसने एक बहुत बड़ा गाना गाया था, तू भूला जिसे, जो कि एक्चुअली क्लाइमैक्स गाना था. It was because of that song the climax was sounding so good, because वो पूरा का पूरा गाना चलता है जब हमने 1,70,000 लोगों को इंडियन एयरलाइंस ने और इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने जाके बचाया था. तो वो and it was a very shocking thing what happened last night. मैं भी तभी लौटा था and I heard that, and it's very sad that lots of our singers, we are losing them, and it happened in a very young age.
बहुत ही अच्छे गायक, बहुत ही अच्छे इंसान, उनका अकस्मात जाना पूरे संगीत जगत के लिए एक बहुत ही गहरा संवेदना और दुख और पीड़ा का समय हो गया है. मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति बहुत गहन संवेदनाएं रखता हूं. पूरे परिवार के लिए, पूरे संगीत जगत के प्रशंसकों के लिए बहुत बहुत प्रार्थनाएं हैं.
इतना सारा मतलब काम से पहले जो मैंने पहले बताया कि दोस्ती, इतना सालों का दोस्ती है. मेरे यार के शादी में गाना गाया, फिर सड़क में गाना गाया, राज रिबूट, कितना गाना, बंगाली गाना गाया है, सब गाना गाया है. और ही वॉज फिट एंड फाइन. सबसे बड़ी बात है कि ओनली 53 एकदम फिट था. वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं था. It's a great loss.
Joining us right now is Salim Merchant, Indian singer, music director and score composer. Thank you so much for your time. And like I keep saying, you know, it's unfortunate that each time we've been connecting over the last few days, it's been over some unfortunate news or the other. This time around is the untimely demise of KK. How do you look at what has happened late last night?
It's a very, very dark and a very sad time for all of us in the music industry. And, you know, Sidhu's untimely, brutal passing away was a huge shocker. But this is just, I'm still not able to believe a guy who's so careful about his lifestyle, somebody who's, kept himself very fit and very focused onto, and not overworked or not overpressured, has just left us right after a show. I mean, I know KK was never ever into overworking or overdoing stuff. He would always finish a concert, go back to his family, spend time at home. And, he never jumped. He never liked to do 2 shows in a row. He liked to do just one weekend. And he's a guy who's who had no bad habits. He lived a very balanced lifestyle. Always happy, always positive, always very, very, very supportive, and of young artists. Just an amazing human being, really. We all know he's a fabulous singer, great voice.
Yes.
But beyond that, he was an incredible human being.
So, Sunny Merchant, we don't want to speculate on what could have been the reason behind his death, but a lot is being suggested that he's probably died of a massive cardiac arrest. Do you know about any sort of an ailment, any problem that he was facing as far as his health is concerned?
Not at all. I met him 2 months ago in an airport lounge. He looked very, very comfortable. He looked very comfortable. He looked very, healthy. And he was, we spoke for a few minutes. This was his second show in a row. And it was quite hot at Nazrul Munch in Kolkata. I probably think that, sometimes there's a lot of exertion and there's a lot of heat, and when the venue doesn't have good ventilation, it could happen. But having said that, KK was so fit and he was so energetic. He's pulled off so many live concerts, packed audiences, with especially college festivals, which are really very packed. And, it has a lot of energy and euphoria. And he's done them for years and done it well. He's not overworked ever.
Mr. Haryaran, thank you so much for your time. And it's so unfortunate that today we're connecting on this very, very tragic development that all of us are reporting on the untimely demise of such a popular and talented singer, KK. How do you react to what has happened?
It's very tragic. At the moment, we are all shocked. The whole fraternity is shocked. And KK, since he moved to Bombay from Delhi, since then I know him. And a wonderful singer, very talented, and a great human being. He was a younger brother to me. And I can't even believe that I'm at this juncture to talk about him. It's very difficult to relate what has happened. And I pray for his family. They should have the strength to withstand this. And God bless his soul. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Haryaran, just 53. That's how young he was. This was so unexpected. Right now, there's a lot of conversation about what could have happened to him. But the fact of the matter is that, the Hindi film industry and all of us are left poorer without his music. His music will live on, but we're going to miss him.
Yeah, he was an icon, and he had so much youth in his songs, in him, and gonna miss him very badly. We're gonna miss him very badly. God bless his soul. Yeah, God bless his soul. Yeah.
Mr. Haryaran, do give us an idea about your association with KK. What are your memories of him? You've also done a couple of projects with him. Do talk to us about that as well.
KK, I have sung film songs with him. We have interacted, and on a very personal level, I know KK, and he was a very private person, and but of course, he was very warm, and he was attached to people, and very cool dude. I mean, he was like, I mean, he was just doing his work, and he was just there to sing. And look at the fate. I mean, he did a show and then he had to go that way. I mean, it is absolutely. I mean, and again, I would say that we all need to take care of ourselves, and God bless everybody. That's all I can say. Thank you.
हम रहे या ना रहे कल याद आएंगे ये पल हम रहे या ना रहे कल याद आएंगे ये पल
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Did you know the Chinese military is developing a weapon capable of destroying Elon Musk's Starlink satellite? Well, yes, a team of Chinese researchers have reportedly published a study calling for anti-satellite capabilities that could disable Elon Musk's Starlink satellites. The tweet reads, and I quote, "A combination of soft and hard kill methods should be adopted to make some Starlink satellites lose their functions and destroy the constellation's operating system." The study is set to call for a combination of soft and hard kill methods that could be used to stop some Starlink satellites from working. However, according to reports, the study could not be confirmed as the official stance of the Chinese military or its government. What is Starlink satellite? Starlink is a satellite constellation system operated by Musk's SpaceX. It provides commercial and military users all over the world with high-speed internet access. With over 2,300 satellites in orbit, it is believed to be indestructible. The reason for this is that the system can continue to function normally even if some satellites are lost. In the next few years, SpaceX hopes to have as many as 12,000 satellites in its Starlink constellation, eventually expanding to 42,000.
KK was just 53 years old, non-drinker, non-smoker, no existing diseases, fitness freak, not someone who was unused to a busy schedule with a packed schedule of concerts or early flights. So what happened to him? His fans and family are asking questions and they are owed some answers. We're going to try and get to the bottom of it on 5 Live at 5 p.m. Also, the Moosewala murder is on top of our agenda. And at 5:30, at least 3 of the 7 people believed to have shot and killed Sidhu Moose Wala have been identified. I also have 3 pieces of breaking news and video footage that hasn't been seen before. That's coming up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to our special broadcast. I'm Sneha Mordani. Krishna Kumar Kunat, popularly known as KK, was a voice that defined romance in the late 90s and early 2000s. As we bid him farewell, let's take a look back at his musical journey.
दर्द में भी ये लब मुस्कुरा जाते हैं, बीते लम्हे हमें जब भी याद आते हैं.
Krishna Kumar Kunat, popularly known as KK, was the voice that defined romance in the late 90s and early 2000s.
तड़प तड़प के इस दिल से आह निकलती रही, मुझको सजा दी प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए, हाँ लुट गए, तो लुट गए हम तेरी मोहब्बत में.
Born in Delhi, KK moved to Mumbai to chase musical dreams. He began his career by singing advertisement jingles.
जब घर की रौनक बढ़ानी हो, दीवारों को जब सजाना हो, narrow land, धड़कना इसी पे, बहलना इसी पे, मचलना इसी पे, टहलना इसी पे, यही तो है देश की धड़कन. पसी मरंदों पेन कंड, कमले मरंदों पेन कंड.
He was introduced as a playback singer by A.R. Rahman with the hit song Kaluri Sale.
Kaluri Sale, Kaluri Sale, Kaluri Sale.
His first Bollywood break was a single line in 1996 Gulzar classic Machis.
जहाँ तेरे पैरों के कवल गिरा करते थे, हंसे तो दो गालों में भंवर पड़ा करते थे.
In a lineup of stalwarts like Hariharan and Suresh Wadkar, young KK's voice resonated.
जहाँ तेरे पैरों के कमल गिरा करते थे, हंसे तो दो गालों में भंवर पड़ा करते थे. तेरी कमर के बल पे नदी मुड़ा करती थी, हंसी तेरी सुन सुन के फसल पका करती थी. छोड़ा तड़प तड़प के इस दिल से आह निकलती रही, मुझको सजा दी प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया.
But his big Bollywood breakthrough was Ismail Darbar composed Tadap Tadap Ke from Salman Khan's Tara Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam.
तड़प तड़प के इस दिल से आह निकलती.
The song even left filmmaker Sanjay Leela Bhansali in tears.
क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए, हाँ लुट गए, तो लुट गए हम तेरी मोहब्बत में.
The song is still soothing broken hearts.
आह निकलती रही, मुझको सजा दी प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए, हाँ लुट गए, तो लुट गए हम तेरी मोहब्बत में. हम रहे या ना रहे कल याद आएंगे.
As the indie pop scene exploded in India, KK launched his debut solo album Pal.
ये है प्यार के पल, चल आ मेरे संग चल, चल सोचे क्या छोटी सी है जिंदगी. यारो दोस्ती सीन है ये ना हो तो क्या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी
Yaron, from the same album where he collaborated with Leslie Lewis of Colonial Cousins, became an anthem for teenagers, a song that's still synonymous at school farewells. KK's silken voice, his high notes echoed through Bollywood. From R. Madhavan's Hindi debut, Rehna Hai Tere Dil Mein, to the musical melodies that launched Kangana Ranaut's career. From superstar Salman Khan to Shah Rukh Khan.
आंखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं हो आंखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं दिल को बना दे जो पतंग सांसें ये तेरी वो हवा
and Ranbir Kapoor.
खुदा जाने के मैं फिदा हूँ खुदा जाने मैं
Ranbir Kapoor. KK was the voice of the romantic hero.
खुदा जाने ये क्यों हुआ है.
In his musical career, KK also sang songs for TV shows like Hip Hip Hooray.
Hip Hip Hooray. बचपन है बीत गया कब का है दूर जवानी अब भी कुछ खट्टी सी कुछ मीठी सी है अलग कहानी सबकी.
And Shakalaka Boom Boom.
अरे बच्चे हैं तो क्या हुआ अरे नहीं किसी से कम. Shakalaka Boom Boom Shakalaka Boom Boom. आज जवानी पर इतराने वाले कल पछता.
He made an appearance on Coke Studio as well, where he sang a qawwali, Chadta Suraj, along with the Sabri brothers.
चढ़ता सूरज धीरे धीरे.
All we can say now is thank you for the music, KK.
ढलता ही ढल.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. This is an update on the post-mortem report. Preliminary post-mortem report rules out unnatural death for singer KK. Preliminary report indicates there was nothing unnatural as far as the death is concerned. The final report to be published in the next 72 hours is what we are learning. Remember, the preliminary report is always put out before the final report is submitted. Meanwhile, the report that has been put out right now, which is a preliminary report, is ruling out a natural death of singer KK, who passed away late last night in Kolkata. The report right now that has been put out is preliminary, and it indicates that nothing was unnatural as far as his death is concerned. In fact, there were questions also being raised, and because there were some injury marks on his face as well. But the preliminary report suggests that there was nothing unnatural about the death of singer KK. The report indicates that nothing unnatural as far as the death is concerned. This is a preliminary report. The final report is going to be published in the next 72 hours. Indrajit is getting us more details on that big story. This is the preliminary report, and as is the norm, it takes a while for the final report to come out. This does suggest that there was nothing unnatural and that the death indeed was a natural one.
Well, that's right, Sneha. That is exactly what we are learning from sources. at the SSKM hospital where the autopsy was conducted a short while back. Remember, the body of singer KK was brought to the state-run SSKM hospital, and the autopsy was conducted this afternoon, following which the body was handed over to the family, and the family has already reached the Kolkata airport. They will be taking the mortal remains to Mumbai. However, the final report will take some time to come because there are a few more chemical examinations that needs to be done, specifically on the condition of the heart. But what we are learning from sources, and that's important because there were a lot of questions on whether or not there were any foul play as far as this tragic demise is concerned. Very, very shocking demise of KK, just 53 years old, in Kolkata for the last 72 hours, performing into back-to-back concerts. And we saw those visuals of him walking out of the concert, completing his concert. So it just baffles us as to how the singer passed away at 53. However, what doctors are now stating, sources tell us that they have not found anything unnatural so far as the reason behind his death.
Okay.
Possibly it'll be some medical issue. What exactly is that medical issue? We will get to know when further details emerges out of this preliminary report.
All right. Thanking you for the moment. Indrajit will keep coming back to you for more on that. We have some more news coming in. Let's shift focus. We have some news just coming in, and this has got to do with the investigations in the Sidhu Moose Wala murder case. Police sources have told us that Lawrence Bishnoi is not cooperating in the probe. Lawrence has distanced himself from the murder, says there is no role of his gang in the social media posts related to killing which are making rounds. Sources say Lawrence Bishnoi has revealed that Moosewala was killed for Vicky Mudukheda. Satyendra Chauhan is getting us more details on that story. Investigations के बारे में सत्येंद्र हमें बताइए. लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने कई सारे बहाने किए हैं. पहले ये कहा कि मुझे पंजाब न लिया जाए, और अभी पुलिस ये कह रही है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन में वो कोऑपरेट ना कर रहे हैं.
देखिए, सिद्धू मूसेवाला केस में पंजाब पुलिस ने एसआईटी बना दी है और वो एसआईटी मल्टी एंगल्स पर जांच कर रही है. कल फिरोजपुर और भटिंडा जेल में रेड की गई थी, और इस समय की जो बड़ी खबर आ रही है, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के अलावा अगर बात करें तो इस समय की बड़ी खबर ये है, सराज सिंह मिंटू जो कि 2017 में अक्टूबर 2017 में शिवसेना के नेता विपिन शर्मा के हत्या के मामले में सजा भुगत रहा है, उसको एसआईटी ने मानसा अमृतसर जेल से गिरफ्तार किया है. मानसा सीआईए की टीम अमृतसर जेल गई थी, उसको वहां से सराज उर्फ मिंटू को जेल से गिरफ्तार किया गया है और उसे सीआईए की टीम अमृतसर जेल से अपने साथ ले गई है. आपको बता दें कि जो सराज उर्फ मिंटू है, ये जग्गू भगवानपुरिया, एक गैंगस्टर है पंजाब का, उसका करीबी बताया जाता है. और सराज और मिंटू ने ही रिक्रूटमेंट्स की थी उन लोगों की जिन्होंने सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल करना था. और इसके लिए अलावा जो व्हीकल्स हैं जो प्रोवाइड कराए गए हैं, वो सराज उर्फ मिंटू ने कराए गए हैं. दूसरी तरफ लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के लिए पंजाब पुलिस अब कोशिश कर रही है कि उसको किसी तरीके से पंजाब में लाकर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाए. इसके अलावा आज जहां पर सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर हुआ, स्पॉट पर भी पुलिस गई है और वहां पर गहन छानबीन की गई है. जहां जहां पर गोलियां लगी हैं और जो चश्मदीद थे इस घटना वारदात के, उन लोगों से पूछताछ की गई है. तो कहीं ना कहीं अब पंजाब पुलिस की जो एसआईटी और अलग अलग टीमें हैं, वो इस पूरे मामले को लेकर अलग अलग स्टेट्स में अलग अलग जगह पर रेड कर रही हैं. लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा है. अभी तक टोटल 4 लोगों को इस मामले में गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है और 1 दर्जन से ज्यादा लोग राउंड अप किए गए हैं.
जी बिल्कुल. सत्येंद्र, एज फार एज द इन्वेस्टिगेशंस आर कंसर्न्ड, इसके बारे में भी बताइए कि गोल्डी ब्राउड का भी नाम इसमें रिपीटेडली आ रहा है. एक्सटॉर्शन की भी बात की गई है, डेथ थ्रेट्स. फैमिली ने डे 1 से कहा था कि डेथ थ्रेट्स मिल रहे थे सिद्धू मूसेवाला को. एक्सटॉर्शन एंगल क्या इसमें इमर्ज करके है? क्या ये गैंगिज्म है?
देखिए, सिद्धू मूसेवाला की अगर बात करें तो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का एक वीडियो इस इंसिडेंट से पहले ही एक वीडियो आया था जिसमें सिद्धू मूसेवाला खुद कह रहे हैं कि उन्हें मेल के जरिए, मोबाइल के जरिए लगातार धमकियां मिल रही हैं, लेकिन वो इन धमकियों से डरने वाले नहीं हैं. तो ये तो एक तरीके की उनकी स्टेटमेंट हो गई जो कि उन्होंने अपनी डेथ से पहले ही दे दी थी। दूसरी तरफ परिवार की बात आपने की है, तो परिवार लगातार इस मामले पर यही कह रहा है कि इस हत्याकांड की जांच जल्दी से जल्दी होनी चाहिए। हालांकि पंजाब पुलिस की अलग अलग टीमें एसआईटी समेत अलग अलग जगह पर रेड कर रही हैं। कल देहरादून में टीम पहुंची थी, उत्तराखंड में टीम पहुंची थी, भटिंडा फिरोजपुर जेल में टीम पहुंची थी, आज अमृतसर जेल में टीम पहुंची है, राजस्थान में छापेमारी हो रही है। इसके अलावा जहां पर भी आप देखें वहां पर पंजाब पुलिस की टीमें जा रही हैं और अलग अलग एंगल से इस पूरे मामले की जाँच की जा रही है।
Satyendra Chauhan getting us all of those details. Thanks for getting us those inputs. And the probe into the gruesome murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moose Wala is intensifying. The questioning of the accused and suspects in the murder will continue. The first arrest has been made, that of Manpreet Singh. He's an aide of Lawrence Bishnoi, nabbed in Uttarakhand yesterday. He's a notorious drug dealer and a gangster and has been sent to police custody for 5 days. Lawrence Bishnoi has been taken for questioning, though the police say he's not cooperating. He's currently in the custody of the Delhi Police Special Cell. Bishnoi has filed a petition in the Punjab and Haryana High Court seeking not to be removed to Punjab for questioning. He says there is a threat to his life. He's also sought additional security. Second CCTV footage of the murder has been accessed by India Today. A forensics team is going to be analysing this to dig out leads in Moosewala's cold-blooded murder. Speaking exclusively to India Today, Mansa SP has said a Corolla car was captured conducting a recce near Moosewala's house before the gruesome murder.
जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला है उसके घर के आसपास जो सीसीटीवी लगे हैं उसमें कोरोला कार दिखाई दे रही है जो ऐसा लगता है कि रेकी कर रही थी। तो क्या ये सीसीटीवी आप लोग को मिला है? जैसा आपने बताया भी कि सीसीटीवी मिला है, इस पर तफ्तीश जारी?
बिल्कुल, ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमें मिल गई हैं। हमने सारे रास्ते हैं वहाँ से भी अलग अलग एरिया से अलग अलग टाइम्स के बीच हमने फुटेज निकाली है। तो काफ़ी सारी अहम लीड्स है जहाँ ये करोला कार है जिसने रेकी की है, क्या रूट लिया है, रास्ते में कहाँ रुकी है, कहाँ ओवरटेक किया है, काफ़ी मैनेज किया है, ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन है। इसके अलावा भी कहाँ उस एग्जिट रूट उसने क्या लिया है, कहाँ ये करोला गाड़ी अबैंडन मिली है, उसके बाद आगे बोलेरो गाड़ी कहाँ अबैंडन मिली है, कहाँ पे ऑल्टो गाड़ी स्नैच हुई है, ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन हमारे पास टेक्निकल एविडेंसेस भी हमारे पास है और साथ में हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी है।
आपका कहना है कि जो शूटर्स थे वो 3 गाड़ियों में आए थे और तीनों गाड़ी आपने रिकवर कर लिया, 4 गाड़ियों में आए थे?
शूटर्स अभी जो हमें तफ्तीश की भी 2 गाड़ियों में आए हैं, एक करोला कार में और एक बोलेरो कार में।
अच्छा, तो बाकी जो ये आपने 2 कवर आपने कार बताया,
जो करोला कार थी, करोला कार मौके पे छोड़ दी गई थी, उसके बाद ऑल्टो कार स्नैच की गई थी।
अच्छा,
ऑल्टो कार स्नैच करके दोषी भागे हैं।
तो अभी तक जो शूटर्स हैं, क्या एक सवाल बहुत अहम है कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने कुछ शूटर्स को अरेस्ट करके खुलासा किया था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारने की साजिश रची गई थी, पंजाब पुलिस से आप लोगों से शेयर किया गया, आप लोगों ने क्या किया?
नहीं, बिल्कुल उनको सिद्धू मूसेवाला को ऑलरेडी थ्रेट थी, तभी पंजाब सरकार की तरफ से उन्हें गनमैन जो प्रोवाइड किए गए थे, 2 कमांडो के गनमैन उनके पास थे।
तो अभी एक और अक्यूज को अरेस्ट किया था, शाहरुख, दिल्ली का गैंगस्टर था, वो पंजाब में बाकायदा सिद्धू मूसेवाला की उसने रेकी की थी, तो उसके बारे में क्या दिल्ली पुलिस ने आपसे शेयर किया था?
नो कमेंट्स, ये हेडक्वार्टर लेवल पे आपस में टाई अप रहता है।
अच्छा, क्या जो शूटर हमले में शामिल थे उनमें से अभी तक किसी की अरेस्टिंग हो पाई, आइडेंटिफाई कर पाए आप उनको?
नहीं, बिल्कुल इसमें अभी काम चल रहा है, जल्दी आपको रिजल्ट देंगे।
मेरे को जो एप्रीहेंशन है, जो अभी पंजाब का माहौल बना हुआ है मूसेवाले के मर्डर के बाद में, तो उसके अंदर में साफ वहाँ की पुलिस ने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके ओपनली मेरे क्लाइंट लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का नाम लिया है। तो मुझे जो वहाँ पे पॉलिटिकल उथल पुथल है उससे लगता है कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि वहाँ की पुलिस प्रेशर में आके, पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर में मेरे क्लाइंट के साथ कोई मिसहैपनिंग कर दे। हम फेयर ट्रायल के लिए तैयार हैं, फिर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए तैयार हैं, हर तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेशन में कॉपरेट करने को तैयार हैं, लेकिन मेरी सुरक्षा मेरा राइट है। तो इसी सुरक्षा को मांगने के लिए मैंने हाईकोर्ट में रिट पिटीशन फाइल की है।
देखिए, ये पंजाब का मर्डर केस है और इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन पंजाब पुलिस द्वारा ही की जा रही है। उन्होंने किसी संदिग्ध के लिए हमारी एसटीएफ को कांटेक्ट किया था कोऑपरेशन करने को, हमारी एसटीएफ ने उनका पूरा कोऑपरेट किया और वो किसी को लेके गए हैं अपने केस में संदिग्ध मानते हुए। आगे उनके साथ पूछताछ भी पंजाब पुलिस द्वारा की जा रही है और आगे की कार्रवाई भी उन्हीं के द्वारा की जा रही है।
Big developments in singer Sidhu Moose Wala murder probe. After gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, Delhi Police Special Cell has grilled gangster and contract killer Shah Rukh Khan in Tihar jail. He got the previous contract to kill Moosewala. He also carried out a recce, and that's the reason why he's on the radar now. Delhi police has already grilled jail-dreaded gang lord Lawrence Bishnoi and his aide Jagu Bhagwanapuria inside Tihar high security jail. But Bishnoi's gang's political connections and links to drug rings are under scanner. Over 17,000 convicts are lodged in Tihar jail, a maximum security jail that imprisons the most high-profile criminals. But still, the jail has turned into a crime haven. How did that happen? Here's a report on that.
India's biggest prison complex that lodges over 17,000 convicts. A maximum security jail that imprisons a number of high-profile criminals. CCTV camera surveillance, computerized prison management system, scanners, metal detectors, and quick reaction teams on deployment. Despite all this, the Tihar jail seems to have become a crime haven. The police suspect the murder of Sidhu Moose Wala was hatched inside Tihar. The prime suspect, Lawrence Bishnoi, is currently lodged in jail number 8. Sources say the Lawrence Bishnoi gang allegedly executed the hit on the directions from Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar, who claimed responsibility for the assassination of the popular Punjabi musician and Congress neta. A suspect named Shah Rukh was detained by the Delhi police a few days ago on charges of using a messaging app to connect from the jail with Goldie Brar. The Delhi Police Special Cell is questioning gangster Bishnoi and his associates Kala Jathedi and Kala Rana. Tihar is linked to many recent high-profile crimes. In March 2022, in a suspected case of gang war, Shekhar Rana, alias Sannata, an associate of jailed gangster Sunil, alias Tillu Tajpuria, was shot dead at Rohini Court. He was allegedly murdered by gang members of slain gangster Jitender Gogi. Police investigation revealed that the murder was conceived inside Tihar jail, allegedly by Rohit Moi, a former partner of deceased Gogi. In 2021, the National Investigation Agency, probing the bomb scare outside industrialist Mukesh Ambani's Mumbai house, had taken into possession 2 cell phones recovered from Tehseen Akhtar, the alleged chief of the Indian Mujahideen, a terror outfit. These incidents put a question mark on the effectiveness of jammers and electronic systems installed on jail premises. Instances point to alleged connivance of jail officials with the inmates. And how are convicts in possession of mobile phones? Tihar officials have also faced action. In May this year, the Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing arrested Assistant Superintendent Prakash Chand for allegedly assisting imprisoned conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar in running his elaborate extortion ring. The Moosewala murder has once again put the spotlight on how the gangsters lodged in Tihar jail are freely running their crime empires. Bureau Report, India Today.
Some news just coming in. Dismissed Mumbai top cop Sachin Vaze has turned a prover in a corruption case involving former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh. In an application filed before the special CBI court, Vaze claimed he had cooperated with the CBI before and after his arrest. In his reply, the CBI had given its nod to Vaze's plea subject to certain conditions. Following the court's order, now Vaze can depose as a prosecution witness in the case. Vaze was arrested in March last year for his alleged role in the case of an explosives-laden vehicle found near industrialist Mukesh Ambani's residence in South Mumbai and the murder of Thane businessman Mansa. Vaze is currently in judicial custody. It's time for a quick commercial break here. News for the hearing impaired on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
A day after the sudden demise of singer KK in Kolkata, he was given gun salute at Kolkata's Rabindra Sadan. His mortal remains will be flown to Mumbai for the last rites. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee paid tributes to the iconic singer. The family members of KK were also present during the ceremony. KK's demise has left the nation shocked. His music has left an indelible mark in the sands of time. The Indian film fraternity is mourning his death. Several tributes pouring in on social media. Several stars, including Akshay Kumar, Vishal Dadlani, Farhan Akhtar, Karan Johar, Rahul Vaidya, among others, took to social media to mourn his demise. Big development in the singer Sidhu Moose Wala's murder case. After gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, Delhi Police Special Cell team grilled gangster and contract killer Shah Rukh Khan in Tihar jail. He got the previous contract to kill singer Moosewala. Delhi Police has already grilled jail-dreaded gang lord Lawrence Bishnoi and his aide Jaggu Bhagwanapuria inside Tihar High Security Prison.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with...
KK was just 53 years old. Non-drinker, non-smoker, no existing diseases, fitness freak. Not someone who was unused to a busy schedule with a packed schedule of concerts or early flights. So what happened to him? His fans and family are asking questions and they are owed some answers. We're going to try and get to the bottom of it on 5 Live at 5 p.m. Also, the Moosewala murder is on top of our agenda. And at 5:30, At least 3 of the 7 people believed to have shot and killed Sidhu Moose Wala have been identified. I also have 3 pieces of breaking news and video footage that hasn't been seen before. That's coming up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection.
A non-smoker, non-drinker, healthy and fit.
आज भी जब वो पल मुझको याद आते हैं.
Scare and alarm over KK's sudden death. Fans and family demand to know how KK died. Heat stroke, heart attack, what else could it be? Gone too soon, but India wants answers. Was it a deadly cocktail of negligence and chaos? What killed our beloved KK? So what killed KK? Millions of fans around the country, around the world, who've been watching coverage of his death, the unnatural circumstances in which he was taken out from his concert, and what happened thereafter. There are still many questions. Remember, KK will be cremated tomorrow in Mumbai at 2 p.m. But before that, there are questions, and we're going to get you the details of how this most beloved singer passed away shockingly in Kolkata last evening. I'm Shiv Arur, this is 5 Live, and these are the headlines. KK's post-mortem rules out unnatural death. Music industry mourns the sudden demise of the iconic singer. Cremation will be held in Mumbai tomorrow. Mismanagement and chaos marred KK's last concert in Kolkata. Fans being sprayed with fire extinguishers caught on camera. Mega BJP and Trinamool blame game erupts in Kolkata. Meanwhile, Enforcement Directorate issues notice to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. Congress cries political vendetta, says Modi government misusing agencies. Rahul Gandhi seeks more time to present himself because he's abroad. Sidhu Moose Wala murder plot unravels from Tihar jail in Delhi to Punjab prisons. Cops grill gangster Lawrence Bishnoi in Delhi. Forensic team to study the shootout video. We've got 3 big news breaks coming up. First carved stone for the Ram Mandir sanctum has been placed by UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Says invaders had attacked India's faith. Pledges to make Ram Mandir India's national temple.
अपने नापाक इरादों के माध्यम से भारत की आस्था पर प्रहार किया था, अंततः भारत की विजय हुई।
रहे या ना रहे याद आएंगे ये पल।
Fans and admirers of the iconic singer KK are still in disbelief that he's gone. And before I get you a piece of breaking news that's come out from the post-mortem that's been conducted on the singer, these are the images that are emblazoned in everyone's minds right now. The chaos that took place at the concert, KK on camera at his final concert, complaining about the heat, clearly exhausted from the rising temperatures there, and then that very unsettling video of a clearly ashen-faced KK being escorted out of that stadium. It is very clear that something is wrong. It was a very short while later that he collapsed in his hotel room and then was declared dead. But before I get you deeper into the big questions that we have,
And we will ask them here on India Today on behalf of the family, the friends and the fans of KK. We've got some breaking news coming in. We've gotten access to the initial pointers from the preliminary post-mortem that's been conducted on singer KK, and it rules out unnatural death. The preliminary post-mortem report indicates that nothing unnatural has occurred to the singer KK. The final report is to be published in about 72 hours' time, is what we are told at this point of time. A pathological condition of internal organs, mainly the heart, has been concluded, but there was nothing unnatural in the death. Remember, the Kolkata police had registered a case of unnatural death, and the preliminary post-mortem has ruled out unnatural death at this point of time. A more detailed post-mortem with reasons for why the singer, who was only 53 years old and seemingly fit with no pre-existing diseases or conditions, passed away in this swift and shocking manner. India Today's Indrajit Kundu, who's accessed the first pieces of information from that preliminary post-mortem, is with me live. Let's go straight across to him. Indro, not an unnatural death, says the preliminary indicators from the post-mortem. What else can you tell us?
Well, that's right, Shiv. That is exactly what we are hearing from the team that conducted the post-mortem, the autopsy at the state-run SSKM hospital. In fact, the mortal remains have now been handed over to KK's family, and they've already, moved out from the airport. As you suggested, that the cremation will be taking place tomorrow in Mumbai. However, in the run-up to this entire thing, there'll be so many questions given the complete chaos and mismanagement that we've seen caught on camera at the concert that took place yesterday. And therefore, there were reasons to believe that, could those have led to this absolutely tragic demise of this artist? However, what we are learning from both, the doctors, the team of doctors who conducted the post-mortem, as well as police sources who were there at the hotel where KK was putting up in Kolkata. There were forensics team, there were scientific teams of the detective department. They have all sources have been telling us that, they're ruling out any foul play. They're ruling out any unnatural causes at this point in time. It looks like it will be a medical condition due to which the singer had to lose his life. What exactly is the medical condition will only be clear once the final report comes out.
Yes.
Because there will be a few more chemical tests that needs to be done. So this is the preliminary, version. Prima facie, doctors are saying they're ruling out any unnatural, cause behind this death. We saw that visual, in fact, and some of these visuals that have gone viral.
Yes.
He was very, very energetic at that concert yesterday. However, what I have also been able to gather, the sequence of events all through the day, is that this hall, this auditorium where this program was taking place, has a capacity of 2,486 seats. However, as the caretaker and other eyewitnesses have told us, the audience was much, much bigger, almost double the size. And therefore, even though this is a renovated, newly built auditorium, the AC was working in full blast. The caretaker told me that all the, entry points of this auditorium, they were all open. And as I showed, some of the gates were also broken, given the amount of barrage of young students who wanted to enter, because there were no tickets. It was all for free passes. It's a college fest, and those who did not have passes had still lined up there with the hope that they would somehow be able to barge into it. And that is precisely what happened when the authorities could not manage it.
Indro, we're just going to get to the negligence, the issue of negligence and possible negligence in just a moment. I want to focus for a moment on the post-mortem details themselves. Where is KK's, where are his mortal remains just now? Because the cremation is going to happen in Mumbai tomorrow, so it'll be flying out, I'm guessing, shortly. But obviously his admirers and fans will want to know, is it still at the hospital at this time?
No. So, KK's mortal remains all through last night was at the CMRI hospital, a private hospital where he was taken initially, where doctors pronounced him dead. This morning, when his family came and they gave consent for the post-mortem, his body was transferred to the state-run SSKM hospital, where, in fact, the autopsy took place. Following which, the body was handed over to the family. The body was taken to the State Cultural Center at Rabindra Sadan, where we saw that image of gun salute being provided and full state honours being bestowed upon him. Then the body has been taken to the airport at around 5:45. The family will be flying out to Mumbai. So by tonight, KK's mortal remains will be in Mumbai, and tomorrow, as you said just a short while back, the final rites will be taking place in Mumbai.
Okay, Indra, thanks very much for getting us the latest on that. Viewers all across the country watching our tribute coverage will be hanging on to every one of those details. Now, the sequence of events starting from a few hours before the concert in Kolkata right until the point that KK was declared dead, shockingly, a lot of it happened on camera. From KK himself announcing the concert to his vast audience of admirers and fans, to him being captured on stage. Those are images that no fan is going to forget in a hurry. Take a look at the sequence of events of how KK died. This was 53-year-old singer Krishna Kumar Kunnat, KK's last performance before he breathed his last. Held at Kolkata's Nazrul Manch Auditorium on Tuesday evening. KK was performing before a capacity crowd wildly cheering. During the show, KK was caught complaining about excessive heat. He was soon taken out of the auditorium after feeling dizzy and complaining of uneasiness. According to police sources, KK reached his hotel at around 9:40 p.m. after the concert. Once at his hotel, KK called the reception manager and sought help, complaining that he was feeling unwell. But moments later, the singer collapsed. Hotel staff and his personal manager Ritesh Bhatt rushed KK to a hospital in an unconscious state. Doctors there declared KK brought dead with no pulse or heart rate. Sources revealed that there were injury marks found on his face and head. The Kolkata police have registered a case of unnatural death. The body was sent for post-mortem to ascertain the cause of KK's death. Meanwhile, the BJP has referred to crowd mismanagement at KK's event, where fire extinguishers were caught on camera being fired at unruly fans, claiming massive negligence.
আমি জানি না কেন বারবার এই ধরনের ঘটনা ঘটে। এখানকার পুলিশ প্রশাসন কোনো বিখ্যাত ব্যক্তি সেলিব্রিটি বিশেষ করে এলে সাধারণ মানুষের মধ্যে একটা উন্মাদনা থাকে, অব্যবস্থা তৈরি হয়, কিন্তু সেটা দেখার জন্য প্রশাসনের দায়িত্ব থাকা উচিত। এই ধরনের শিল্পীদেরকে প্রোটেকশন দেওয়া। আপনি ভাবুন হাজার হাজার লোকের মধ্যে হলে এসি বন্ধ করে দিলে এই যা গরম, বাইরে আমরা অসুস্থ হয়ে যাচ্ছি, ভেতরে কি হতে পারে।
Not only there, incidentally I was the chief guest of the function. He has taken 4 programs in 2 days.
So was there some mismanagement from the part of the manager?
Not at all. On behalf of the police, it was totally perfect. I saw thousands and thousands of students. They were loitering in the streets, but police could not lathi charge. Police should not lathi charge.
The untimely death of KK bringing heartbreak for India, shattering his huge legion of fans. With Indrajit Kundu in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today. Now, unnatural death has been ruled out in the preliminary post-mortem of singer KK, but the questions of whether negligence compounded his health condition leading to his untimely death are questions that are currently still exploding, and these are questions that require answers. Just consider the following. We're not making any conclusions because only doctors and experts can. But KK was clearly sweating profusely. It looked like the air conditioning was not working. He was wiping himself continuously with a towel in all of those images. He complained about the non-functional air conditioning inside that particular auditorium. There was clearly very poor audience management, and the number of people who were packed inside that stadium were more than double the actual capacity. There were ticketless fans who were forced in, not unheard of at KK concerts, but they also captured on camera were fans being sprayed with fire extinguishers in a very, very crazy, disturbing effort at crowd control. KK on stage, even while he was singing, he was captured on camera feeling uneasy, and then you saw him being rushed out. India Today's Indrajit was the first journalist to gain access to the very auditorium where this happened. Take a look at what he sent us.
This is the main entrance of this hall, and look what has happened to this entire place, because the caretaker showed us that the door has broken. This door, the nails have come off. The door has broken because of the amount of pressure that was created. Too many people who had actually gathered here, 2,500 capacity, almost double the number of people who had come here. And not just the door, but even concrete chunks have come off from these guard railings. If my camera person can come closer and show you that these guard railings have also broken, and chunks of concrete has come off on the floor, and the police really had a tough time, in fact, to bring the situation in control. I'll ask my camera person to hand over the pass of the program. We were showing this pass. This is what we could gather here at the location. This is the pass with which you could come and take part in the concert, and that probably is the crux of the problem, because there were no tickets, and since there were passes, and this is a college fest, a numerable amount of excited, enthusiastic youngsters, big KK fan, they all lined up here with the hope that they would be able to get an entry and watch KK live in Kolkata. And on the other side of the pass, it's written free entry, not for sale. That could have been the problem, because a lot of people entered this place. They did not have passes, necessary passes. So when they came in, they were hoping that they could somehow barge in. And you can understand, young, enthusiastic, college-growing crowd. The administration, the police found it very difficult to manage the crowd, and telltale signs of it are available. The doors broken, the guardrail broken, and since it's a newly renovated hall, so the AC was functioning at full capacity. But what the authorities told us is that when you have almost double the crowd, you can understand the kind of suffocating scenes that were witnessed inside, and that's quite visible in the way those visuals that have gone viral right now. A singing sensation KK literally telling his team that switch off some of these lights, turn them off so that the temperature cools down.
KK's cremation will be taking place tomorrow in Mumbai, a day after his death. He was given a gun salute in the city of joy, the city of Kolkata, by Mamata Banerjee and senior leaders of her government at the Rabindra Sadan. His mortal remains will be flown to Mumbai for their last rites tomorrow morning. West Bengal's chief minister personally paid tributes to the iconic singer in her city. Family members of KK's wife and children were also present during the ceremony. The cremation will be held tomorrow afternoon in Mumbai. KK passed away at the age of just 53 after that concert attended by thousands of young students. The Kolkata police registered a case of unnatural death, but like we just told you, the preliminary post-mortem indicates and rules out the possibility of anything unnatural having happened to KK. For entire generations of Indians and indeed admirers around the world, KK needs no introduction. His voice is so familiar, so recognizable. He's associated with such iconic songs, and that's the reason why When news of KK's passing broke here in India today, it felt personal for so many legions of his admirers all around the country and all around the world. He was just 53, a massively loved singer who crooned on love, life, passion and heartbreak. Also known for his youthful exuberance and super fit lifestyle. A non-smoker who never had alcohol, with no known pre-existing medical conditions. But iconic singer KK is suddenly gone. The singer, who was performing at a Kolkata concert, had complained of the sweltering heat and then uneasiness. After the auditorium, with a capacity for 2,500 spectators, saw a 6,000-strong crowd turning up. KK was eventually escorted out of the auditorium. Moments later, he collapsed in his hotel. The hospital to which he was rushed declared him brought dead, with no pulse or heartbeat for the ECG test on arrival.
What happened in that concert? Obviously, a concert is like a high-intensity, high-energy event. And if there was a pre-existing heart disease, which he may or may not have realized, and contributing factors can be the strenuous 2 hours that he spent there, the exhaustion, and also the heat.
So fans are wondering what killed one of India's most beloved singers at this relatively young age. Several theories are doing the rounds, including heat stroke, finally a heart attack, all compounded possibly by the impact of a heavy workload. Doctors suspect cardiac arrest, possibly triggered by heat stroke and an extremely hectic work schedule in the sweltering heat.
The two significant factors that play a role in younger people getting heart disease are basically genetic, stress, which I'm sure any performer has to go through a lot. And 3, if there is diabetes, it is an added significant risk factor.
He's not the first celebrity to leave the world at a relatively young age. Earlier, TV star Siddharth Shukla and Kannada superstar Puneeth Rajkumar had also died. With Indrajit Kundu in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today. KK was from Kerala. He grew up in Delhi, he lived in Mumbai, and he passed away in Kolkata. Literally all different parts of the country became part of his life and his death. He wasn't just known for iconic songs from Bollywood films and his own indie pop albums, but also songs in Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu and Kannada. Take a look at how KK's voice was so much a part of the Tamil film industry as well. Krishna Kumar Kunnath, KK's music has left an indelible mark in the sands of time. His boisterous yet mellifluous voice resonates all across the nation. Born in Delhi to Malayali parents, KK proved his versatility not just in Bollywood movies, but in a total of 8 Indian languages. An auditory treat for listeners, KK played an integral part in Collywood and Tollywood as well. For many, KK's voice defined Tamil film music era in the 2000s.
KK kick-started his Tamil debut with A.R. Rahman in the 1990s with the first ever hit, Strawberry Kanne from Mansa Kanavu.
ஃப்ரிட்ஜுக்குள் ஆப்பிள் போல் இருந்தவள் நீயே தங்க தட்டில் சோறு பென்ஸ் ஏசி காரு இருந்தும் நெஞ்சோடு சொல்லாத பாரம் என்ன தனிமை இனிமையாக எளிமை கொடுமையாக உனது கண்ணோடு சொல்லாத சோகம் என்ன.
His collaborations with southern directors like Haris Jayaraj and Yuvan Shankar Raja resulted in several major hits that became an inseparable part of Tamil pop culture in the 2000s. He had sung the Tamil hit number Appadi Podu from Gilli in 2004, which became a pan-India and in fact an international hit.
அப்படி போடு 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 அஸ்தி போடு கண்ணாலே இப்படி போடு 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 எடுத்து போடு கையாலே உயிரின் உயிரே உயிரின் உயிரே.
In 2003, he had two major hits composed by Haris Jayaraj, Uyirin Uyire from Kaka Kaka, a fast-paced song about love which launched the career of Surya as a full-fledged action hero. And Kalyanam Daan Kattikittu from the movie Sami starring Vikram and Trisha. KK also sang the smash hit Kadal Valarthen, composed by Yuvan Shankar Raja from the movie Manmadan.
காதல் வளத்தேன் காதல் வளத்தேன் உன்மேல் நானும் நானும் புள்ள காதல் வளத்தேன் காதல் வளத்தேன் காதல் வளத்தேன் ஏ உசுருக்குள்ள கூடு கட்டி காதல் வளத்தேன்.
KK's romantic songs were also widely celebrated in the Tollywood film industry. Talachi Talachi Choose from the movie 7G Rainbow Colony.
తలచి తలచి చూసే వలచి విడిచి నడిచే నీకై నేను బ్రతికి ఉంటిని ఓ నీలో నన్ను చూసుకుంటిని.
Cheliya Cheliya from the film Gharshana was some of his most soothing and romantic Tollywood numbers. KK's legacy lives on with his music, and he transcended the language barrier with ease to give so many memorable hits to Indians everywhere in this country. Bureau Report, India Today.
We've got some big breaking news coming in here on India Today in a major decision that's been taken by the government. Hindu government employees in Jammu and Kashmir are to be transferred to the district headquarters in the Kashmir Valley. Those serving in far-flung areas will be transferred to the district headquarters in the Kashmir Valley. This comes on the back of a spate of killings of Kashmiri Pandits in different parts of the hinterland of Jammu and Kashmir. The government has taken a massive decision saying that Hindu government employees in Jammu and Kashmir will be transferred to the district headquarters in Kashmir, in Srinagar. The government will provide secure accommodation to Hindu government employees. Nodal officers in the Lieutenant Governor's Secretariat will address other grievances of the minority Hindu government employees. Big decision here by the central government. Let's go straight across to India Today's Sunil Ji Bhatt joining us live from Jammu. Gaurav Sawant live with us from Delhi. Sunil, quick word to you first. Huge decision here by the government. Hindu government employees to be transferred to the district headquarters. This comes on the back of a spate of killings. District headquarters in the Kashmir Valley, which I'm assuming is in Srinagar. Take us through the details and the background.
Well, Shiv, it's a huge decision that has been taken by the J&K government. Today, a high-level meeting was chaired by Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha in Srinagar, and this decision was taken that all the Hindu government employees who are serving in the valley will be transferred to district headquarters, which means that Kashmir Valley has 10 districts. So government employees who are serving in the far-flung areas will be transferred to the district headquarters. And another important decision that has been taken is that government is going to provide secured accommodations to these Hindu government employees who are serving in different districts of the Kashmir Valley. And these are PM package employees. And Shiv, it was Dr. Manmohan Singh who had brought this special employment scheme for the displaced Kashmiri Pandits, and then thousands of Kashmiri Pandit youth had gone to Kashmir Valley, and they had taken up these jobs. But in the recent past, we have seen that killings have taken place, whether it was Rahul Bhatt, who was shot dead inside his office by terrorists in central Kashmir's Budgam district. And yesterday only we saw that Dogra Hindu was assassinated by the terrorists in South Kashmir's Kulgam district. These killings have, created fear psychosis among the members of the minority Hindu community in the Kashmir Valley, and they have been on agitation. We have seen that Kashmiri Pandit government employees have been on agitation in the Kashmir Valley. They have been demanding that they should be transferred to Jammu region, though the government has decided to transfer them to the district headquarters within the Kashmir Valley. So it remains to be seen whether this is going to cut ice with the protesting government employees. But nonetheless, it's a huge decision that has been taken by the LG administration, and it remains to be seen that what kind of reaction comes from the protesting government employees belonging to the Hindu community in the Kashmir Valley.
Let's go across to Gaurav Sawant also on this story. Gaurav, huge decision by the government, Hindu government employees to be transferred to the district headquarters. It's almost like a code red decision that's been taken on the back of targeted killings of minority Hindus and Kashmiri Pandits in different far-flung areas of Jammu and Kashmir.
Shiv, this is a very significant step. It's a major step. Sadly, this step has been taken too late. This step has been taken after Rahul Bhatt and Rajni Bala were killed by Pakistan-backed radical Islamist terrorists. But ever since then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, started this scheme, and Hindu Kashmiri Pandits went back to the valley, they have been demanding this. They say that it's actually victimizing them all over again by posting them to far-flung areas and not even district headquarters in the 10 districts of the Kashmir Valley. District headquarters are still relatively more secure. Unfortunately, that wasn't done. It wasn't done when there were democratically elected governments. It hasn't been done now. It hadn't been done even when there was administration of Manoj Sinha. Unfortunately, after these lives were lost, had this decision been taken at the right time when the demand was being made, then maybe Rajni Bala and Rahul Bhatt would still be alive today. But I want to cut across to Ashok Pandit, a film producer, director, joining me on the broadcast. Ashok Pandit, how do you look at this step about this decision that Kashmiri Pandits or and Hindus in Jammu and Kashmir will only be posted to district headquarters in Kashmir Valley?
Gaurav, it's very important to understand the ground situation now in Kashmir. We have been demanding, and we stick to our demand of relocation to outer places than Kashmir. Kashmir is no more safe. What safe zones are you talking about? Are there any places left now? What district headquarters are we talking about? Rahul Bhatt was killed in his office, which was a magistrate's office. So the day these people decide to kill a person, they are successful in killing that person. So for time being, the demand of Kashmiri Pandit employees is that relocation to anywhere outside Kashmir, especially in Jammu. Anything apart from that is a facade. It's just killing time, and it's just wastage of time. Gaurav. You see, how do we... Gaurav, one second. How do we trust those people who had fired water cannons on us or fired tear gas shells on us? If at all the bureaucracy would have been cooperative, if at all the bureaucracy would have been attentive and towards the mind and soul towards Kashmiri Hindus and other Hindus, he would have not lost his life. They are insensitive towards us. They are not sensitive. If they would have been sensitive towards us, we would have not lost his life. What safe zones are we talking about? The only demand of ours, relocation to other places apart from Kashmir, is that we are going to stick for.
Ashok Pandit, thank you very much for speaking to India Today. Gaurav, you know, how quickly are these transfers going to take place in your view? Let me put that question to Sunil. In fact, Sunil, how fast will these transfers take place, given that the perceived danger to the minority Hindus based on which this decision has been taken is already very high? The threat perception appears to be very high already. That's why this decision has been taken. So how fast will these transfers take place?
Well, Shiv, after the killing of Rajni Bala yesterday in South Kashmir's Kulgam district, the agitating Kashmiri Pandit government employees, they gave an ultimatum, 24-hour ultimatum to J&K administration that the administration should look into their demands with all seriousness. Otherwise, they are going to, migrate en masse. They are going to migrate to Jammu region, and they are going to, indulge in mass resignation. So taking note of this ultimatum, the J&K administration, had a very important meeting, which was chaired by none other than J&K LG Manoj Sinha. And it was decided that all government employees belonging to the minority Hindu community who are serving in the hinterland, who are serving in far-flung areas will be transferred. Now, as far as the transfer orders are concerned, Shiv, it's going to happen in...
Come back to you. We've got some breaking news coming in. We'll come back to the story in just a bit. But we've got a big piece of breaking news coming in. Is Saurav Ganguly all set to quit and step down as the chief of the BCCI, the all-powerful cricketing body of India? Saurav Ganguly has just put out a social media post saying he's planning to start something new, a brand new chapter in his life, will help a lot of people. Ganguly hints at starting a political innings. There has been a lot of speculation on what Saurav Ganguly plans to do next, and now he appears to have dropped a bit of a bombshell. He says 2022 marks the 30th year since the start of my journey with cricket in 1992. Since then, cricket has given me a lot. Most importantly, it has given me the support of all of you. I want to thank every single person who has been a part of the journey, supported me, and helped me reach where I am today. Today, I am planning to start something that I feel will probably help a lot of people. I hope you continue your support as I enter this chapter of my life. Very, very cryptic, intriguing post by Dada Saurav Ganguly, leading to a huge explosion of speculation over whether he plans to throw in the towel and step down as chief of the Board of Control for Cricket in India. The world's most powerful cricketing body, the BCCI. Is Ganguly about to quit as chief of the BCCI and make a plunge into something else entirely? Could it be a political innings? Could it be something else? We don't know just yet, but all of this comes just days after a dinner that Saurav Ganguly had with Home Minister Amit Shah. Will he step down as the BCCI chief? Is that what the big indicator is at this point of time? He says in his post that he will be helping a lot of people and that he values the support of everyone who's been part of his 30-year cricketing journey. One of India's most iconic cricket stars has just dropped a bombshell signaling the next phase of a stellar career. One of India's most recognized and awarded cricketers, the chief of the world's biggest cricketing body, has dropped a bombshell saying he plans to start something new. Ganguly's googly just days after his dinner with Amit Shah. Is it going to be a political innings that Saurav Ganguly has just detonated on the public? Does this bring to an end his entire career as chief of the BCCI? What next for Saurav Ganguly? Millions of cricket fans, cricket administrators, and fans of Saurav Ganguly himself are now waiting with bated breath to wonder what comes next for Saurav Ganguly. What comes next for Dada? He's not provided any details of what comes next. All he has done is put out this social media post. Brief little social media post. Kirti Azad is with us on the phone line, legendary cricketer. Mr. Azad, What are you making of Sourav Ganguly's post, sir, saying that he's going to start something new? Very cryptic post, lots of speculation over whether he is going to be stepping down as chief of the BCCI. What do you think, Mr. Azad?
I think it's all speculation, him stepping down. When he says something big, generally people tend to think it's going to be politics. If it's going to be politics, then good. We need good people like him, and he's most welcome to get into politics. Otherwise, it could be anything, and I don't think so. Even if he joins politics and joins a political party, he doesn't have to leave the post of the president of the BCCI. Till he is a member of parliament or he's holding some office of profit, until then, he stays as the president of the BCCI, although he's extended his term over more than 3 years.
There's been a lot of speculation, Kirti sir, since many years now about Sourav Ganguly making a possible political plunge. What is your sense, sir? You've seen the way things roll out and unfold in India's cricketing and political landscape and the intersection between the two. What is your sense? Do you think it's politics next for Sourav?
Well, I think if you look at Saurav's tweets, it's always very speculative. He always keeps you guessing, like he used to be as a captain. He would keep the opposition guessing all the time what he's going to do, what's going to be the next move. So he keeps them guessing. A lot of talk carries on, like between you and me and others, and we'll carry on talking, and ultimately he'll come out and say something which we never expected it to be. So I think it's best to wait for a little while and see what he wants to do. And I'm sure this is this is Prince of Calcutta that we all know about, the great captain of India, who instilled the feelings of how to fight in the team like Kapil Dev did in 1983 with us.
Yeah.
So he's a good guy. I find it really good. He's very amusing when he comes up with such tweets.
But Kirti sir, you don't think that this is necessarily indicative that it brings to an end Sourav Ganguly's stint as president of the BCCI? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Well, it should have ended 3 years ago because this is his 6th year, I think.
Yeah.
And as per the Lodha committee reforms, he should have gone, but then they put in something, and stay order doesn't mean that you can stay in the post. So what they have done. It's not the matter to discuss now. But be as it may, what we see at the moment, that even if he joins politics, goes into any APC, XYZ party, and he doesn't hold an office of profit, a member of parliament or anything of the sort, till then he can easily stay as the president of the board and be in a political party also.
Kirti Azad, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to India Today. Let's take you straight to the city of Sourav Ganguly himself. These are images from just a few days ago that set a lot of tongues wagging. This dinner where Sourav Ganguly dined with Home Minister Amit Shah. And it is just days after this dinner that Sourav Ganguly has put out this cryptic post that has led to a volcano of speculation and intrigue over whether we are looking at the beginnings of Neta Sourav Ganguly. Gaurav Sawant is with us. We're going to go across to Indrajit Kundu for a perspective from Kolkata in just a bit. But Gaurav, to you first. Very, very cryptic tweet. We don't know whether it's going to be a new BCCI chief and a new politician, courtesy Sourav Ganguly. What are you hearing, Gaurav?
Shiv, speculation, especially after the latest round of dinner with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Also the fact that the BJP's co-in-charge for Bengal, the co-prabhari of Bengal, was also in that meeting, as were other members of parliament or other leaders who were part of the BJP campaign in Bihar, in Bengal. So all of them were together, which is leading to this speculation that he may finally be donning his Neta's hat. He's been invited repeatedly. He's been wooed both by the BJP and by the Trinamool Congress. In fact, so intensive was the wooing by the BJP before the Bengal Assembly elections. You'd recall, Shiv, that he'd almost, he was under the weather. He was hospitalized. There was speculation whether he's joining the BJP, not joining the BJP. The speculation was so intense at that point of time, with TMC saying if he ever joins politics, he would actually join, Trinamool Congress because he's very close to Didi, and that is what his family has been all about. So it remains to be seen whether he joins politics, and if he does, whether this tweet, rather cryptic, 30 years of cricket, now doing something which will benefit a lot more people, whether it's about donning a Neta's hat, and will it then be a saffron roll for Sourav Ganguly? There's intense speculation after that dinner, Shiv.
Gaurav, continue to stay with me. And the pictures of that dinner with Amit Shah very, very evocative, and suddenly they have a huge amount of meaning. Everyone's reading a great deal into this particular dinner. Indro, the very brief social media post that Saurav has put out, obviously, very understandably, has set the cat among the pigeons. It's dropped out of the blue completely, even though there has been an aura of intrigue over what Saurav's next step is going to be. This appears to be it. This appears to be the most substantive indication that, yes, something is happening now.
No doubt about it. Absolutely, no doubt about it, Shiv. Saurav Ganguly has clearly set the cat among the pigeons right now. And this was on the cards. It was happening, It's not that it comes completely unexpected. You saw that meeting, that bonhomie, the dinner bonhomie with Amit Shah. The kind of relation that Saurav Ganguly shares with Jai Shah. There has been a lot of speculation. What we've seen over the past 1 year, ever since the West Bengal elections, and even before that, Saurav Ganguly was very weary of, taking the plunge. He was very cautious. He was, trying to gauge the public sentiment, because remember, he's the biggest icon, not just a sporting icon, he's the biggest icon of Bengalis right now. And he was trying to gauge the public sentiment. There was a lot of keenness from his side to understand what was going on before, the assembly elections. Now that the elections are over and you have a political dispensation in West Bengal, perhaps this has helped Saurav Ganguly make up his mind. That was going on for a long time. There was perhaps no clarity in his mind. Now probably he has one. What I'm given to understand by my sources, and this is subject to absolute correction from Saurav Ganguly's side. We are trying to reach out to him, but it seems like a possible Rajya Sabha venture. That could be it, if I believe my sources right now, because the Rajya Sabha elections are coming up, and there is a lot of speculation about a lot of renowned names given the entry into Rajya Sabha right now. And in that backdrop, make no mistake, the dinner meeting that took place just a few weeks back in Kolkata at Saurav Ganguly's residence is very, very significant. And has overtures not been made from the Trinamool Congress? Of course, yes. There have been overtures from the Trinamool Congress. The same has been made from the BJP as well. Which side will it sway? We'll have to wait for Saurav Ganguly himself to come out and speak his mind out. But it does look like possible, political foray at this point in time.
Okay, possible political foray. Is it going to be a Rajya Sabha nomination? Is it going to be something else? What happens to the BCCI? Indro, we'll come to the BCCI in just a bit. That is part B of this story. The main curiosity right now, the most tantalizing aspect is Dada kya karne wala hai? What is Dada going to do? Because as you have reported from the front lines for the last, correct me if I'm wrong, at least 3-4 years, Indro, about whether Dada is going to become Neta Saurav next?
Well, absolutely. There's so much of anticipation within people here in West Bengal. They always look up to Saurav Ganguly. Saurav Ganguly is somebody who is Dada beyond political, boundaries. His love for him, respect for him goes beyond political boundaries. He is, in a sense, a unifying force as far as Bengalis are concerned. And in that sense, Saurav Ganguly can play a much bigger role than what he is playing right now. He is the BCCI president. A few years back, he was the Cricket Association of Bengal president. He conducts a very, very popular show. So when he made a foray into television, that was hugely successful over these many years. So Saurav Ganguly, the administrator, as a cricket administrator, we've had a look into his administrative capabilities. We always knew that he's a very, very sharp human being. He's a sharp Indian skipper, one of the most successful skippers that India has seen in its history. We always knew that he could be a good administrator. We've seen that he has been a capable administrator with his hat as the BCCI president and at the helm at CAB. Will he take the plunge? Because he clearly, it seems like he clearly does have that ambition. Now, as I said, we'll only have to wait for Saurav Ganguly to come and clear the air. But this is massive, and he has clearly set the cat among the pigeons right now.
Stay with me. Vikrant Gupta, who heads sports for us and, has been looking very deeply into all these eventualities, is with me live. Vikrant, give us the juice. What's the, what's the buzz on what Dada is doing next? He says, what I'm about to do is going to help a lot of people. What is this? Vikrant, explain it to us.
Oh, it's a new marketing venture. It's a new marketing venture. And he never said that he was quitting the BCCI. He never said that he was joining the politics. So it's a new marketing venture. In fact, the cricketers have been doing this. They've been associated with different NFTs. They've been coming out with their own apps. They've been doing online coaching sessions. It could be anything. I did speak to Saurav. I did speak to the BCCI also. And there was this rumor that Saurav has already quit as the board president. That is not true. Secondly, Saurav has not announced that he is joining politics. If at all it happens, whenever it happens, it's not happening today. And this tweet has got nothing to do with A, his quitting the BCCI, and B, his joining politics. It's a new marketing venture, and details of that obviously will come out very soon in the public.
Okay, so Vikrant, you're saying that all the speculation and the huge buzz around that dinner that he had with Amit Shah and the speculation that was triggered by that, you're saying that it is it's not happening. That's not what's going on. It's not Neta Saurav.
Shiv, it's not happening now. Eventually, it might. We all know that last year when the Bengal elections were around the corner, his name was doing the rounds, and the BJP did want him at that time. He pulled out. Maybe at some stage. In whatever form, you might see him donning the political hat, but it's not happening now. And like I said, the tweet has got nothing to do with his quitting the BCCI or his joining political party, any political party. Like Shakespeare said, much ado about nothing.
Okay, much ado about nothing. I think all the people who are hoping for some big buzz, Vikrant, are going to be a little tad bit disappointed right now. But nevertheless, it's always good to get a reality check because, Vikrant heads a team that only reports the facts. We might hear about all the speculation, but what Vikrant has told you is now the factual position on this. Also what this means, Vikrant, is that there's no change in the BCCI then. Nothing's going to happen there.
Not at all. Dada is traveling to England. He'll be in England for the test match that you have in July. In fact, the BCCI has just made arrangements. They've been making arrangements now as we speak, wherein the board secretary Jay Shah and the board president Saurav Ganguly would be traveling with the team for the test match. So, like I said, no change at all. No change till September. He is the board president till September, and depending on the court case, whether or not he can get any more extensions, we'll get to know. But, again, I think the tweet has been misrepresented, and that has been because Mr. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, went to his place in Calcutta, had dinner with him, and then, people did put two and two together. Eventually, that might happen, Shiv. Eventually, that might happen. We all know that maybe at some stage he may even be nominated for the Rajya Sabha. But that is not happening today. And like I said, this tweet has got nothing to do with that.
Thanks very much, Vikrant, for putting that into perspective for us. Well, dragged back down to earth by the cold, hard facts, but nevertheless, that's what our prime responsibility here is. And we're happy on India Today to set the record straight. It's not going to be Neta Saurav Ganguly. It's not going to be him quitting the BCCI. It's not a political career just yet, but we'll get you the facts. We're also going to try and get a first word from Dada as quickly as we can. That's a wrap on 5 Live. Thanks for watching. On the other side, singer KK's post-mortem has just taken place. New details on how the actor died. That's next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
Sachin Tendulkar, Mary Kom, Rekha, Javed Akhtar, Ram Jethmalani, Zakir Hussain. These are all prominent celebrities, prominent names in the country, and they've all been members of the Rajya Sabha in the past. Yes, in this video, we're going to be talking about the upcoming Rajya Sabha elections. And this time, it's 57 seats up for grabs across 15 states. The elections for the Rajya Sabha is going to be held on June 10th. And let me break down for you how elections are conducted for those coveted Rajya Sabha seats. So the BJP has announced 18 candidates in the running. Most prominently, it includes union ministers like Piyush Goyal from Maharashtra and Nirmala Sitharaman from Karnataka. Interestingly, Union Minority Affairs Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, who is in Rajya Sabha, is not part of the list this time. He was representing Jharkhand, or rather is, but now will not be in the future. So the Rajya Sabha, or the Council of States as it's called, is the upper house of the parliament. The Rajya Sabha has 250 members. Right now, there's 200.
Just 24 hours ago, this was to be the last performance of Krishna Kumar Kunnad, popularly known as KK. And what he's left behind ever since that tragic death is a legacy for the generation like that of ours that graduated at the turn of century, where every song at the school or college farewell had to be that of KK. Yaro Dosti or Yaad Rahenge Wo Pal. And therefore at 6 p.m. today I'll be paying a tribute to the singer who gave us a memory to remember for a lifetime from our school and college days. That special telecast coming up at 6 p.m. prime with me, Pooja Shali, on India Today. Do not miss. We bid alvida to KK for giving us the memory of a lifetime.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by introducing Motorola Edge 30. Co-powered by HP Pavilion. Power to do it all. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. The new Volkswagen Virtus. NECC, Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे.
His voice defined romance for millennials. Melodies that resonated in the 90s. Love, heartbreak and dosti. KK, thank you for the music you gave us. Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali. The next half an hour, a special tribute to KK, who's given his fans a memory of a lifetime. And today we bid him a musical farewell. First, the headlines. KK's post-mortem report rules out unnatural death. Music industry mourns the sudden demise of the iconic singer. Cremation likely to be held tomorrow. Big ticket decision by the government. Hindu government employees to be transferred to the district headquarters from far-flung areas in the Kashmir Valley. This comes after a spree of targeted killings of the Hindus in Kashmir. ED notice to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. Congress cries political vendetta and importantly alleges that this is Modi government misusing agencies. ED freezes 23 bank accounts linked to Popular Front of India. Also says that 60 crore rupees were deposited in these accounts over the last 13 years. Moosewala murder plot unravels from Tihar to Punjab jails. Cops grill gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Forensic team to now study the shootout video where indiscriminate firing was heard. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath lays the first carved stone for the Ram Temple Sanctum Sanctorum, says invaders had attacked India's faith and now pledges to make Ram Temple India's national temple. Listen in.
जिन आक्रांताओं ने अपने नापाक इरादों के माध्यम से भारत की आस्था पर प्रहार किया था, अंततः भारत की विजय हुई।
आज भी जब वो पल मुझको याद आते हैं, दिल से सारे गमों को
India's most versatile singer.
दर्द में भी ये लब मुस्कुरा जाते हैं, बीते लम्हे हमें जब भी याद आते हैं, बीते लम्हे
For love.
खुदा जाने के मैं फिदा हूँ, खुदा जाने मैं मिट गया,
for heartbreak. Farewell. His tunes soothed lonely hearts.
दोस्ती बड़ी ही हसीन है, ये ना हो तो क्या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी है.
The all-time voice of love.
मुझको सजा प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट
His timeless pulse lives on.
रहे या ना रहे कल, कल याद आएंगे ये पल, हम रहे या ना रहे कल, कल याद आएंगे ये पल.
Alvida KK.
These songs by Krishna Kumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, were not simply music by a singer. These melodies that you just heard are a memory for the 90s generation like that of mine, for the ones graduating at the turn of the century. In general, KK's music resonated with the youth for love, heartbreak, dosti and everything in between. But to be specific, for example, no school or college farewell event was considered complete unless a group sang the Yaro Dosti song by KK. And so my opening report today about KK and that untimely death is from the generation who got a musical farewell of good old days. And today we say, Yaad rahenge wo pal. Take a look at this report.
Yaro dosti badi hi haseen hai, ye na ho to kya phir bolo ye zindagi hai, koi to. This song was the highlight of every school and college farewell for the generation graduating at the turn of the century. Released in 1999, for the next 2 decades, no freshers or farewell event was considered complete unless Yaro Dosti was sung, turning the audience teary-eyed. Such was the connect to KK's songs that today heartbroken fans are paying a tribute, remembering their good old days, made memorable with the effervescent music of the singer. His voice resonated with the youth of 90s across India. His melody personified love, heartbreak and dosti. If there was any doubt of KK's mass connect among the younger generation, this young man from Albania, who loves Indian music, uploaded
this heartwarming tribute to KK.
Will he be missed? Unbelievable. Absolutely heartbreaking, man. I don't know. I've been very down since I heard the news. Man, he may be gone, but his work, his talent, and his nostalgia with the songs he made, everything is always gonna live forever.
With the untimely death of Krishna Kumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, at 53, he has left behind a generation that will forever be grateful for a musical farewell that they got. And today they say, Alvida, KK. Bureau Report, India Today. Romance defined by KK's songs in the late 90s and early 2000s specifically. And today, as we bid him farewell today, heartbroken and still unable to believe that he's no more, this special report now about his musical journey, transcending language barriers, but importantly, a legacy to remember him with.
दर्द में भी ये लब मुस्कुरा जाते हैं, बीते लम्हे हमें जब भी याद आते हैं.
Krishna Kumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, was the voice that defined romance in the late 90s and early 2000s.
तड़प तड़प के इस दिल से आह निकलती रही, मुझको सजा दी प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए, हाँ लुट गए, तो लुट गए हम तेरी मोहब्बत में.
Born in Delhi, KK moved to Mumbai to chase musical dreams. He began his career by singing advertisement jingles. He was introduced as a playback singer by A.R. Rahman with the hit song Kalluri Sale.
Kalluri Sale, Kalluri Sale, Kalluri Sale.
His first Bollywood break was a single line in 1996 Gulzar classic Machis.
जहाँ तेरे पैरों के कवल गिरा करते थे, हंसे तो दो गालों में भंवर पड़ा करते थे.
In a lineup of stalwarts like Hariharan and Suresh Wadkar, young KK's voice resonated.
जहाँ तेरे पैरों के कमल गिरा करते थे, हंसे तो दो गालों में भंवर पड़ा करते थे. तेरी कमर के बल पे नदी मुड़ा करती थी, हंसी तेरी सुन सुन के फसल पका करती थी. छोड़ा तड़प के इस दिल से आह निकलती रही, मुझको सजा दी प्यार की, ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया.
But his big Bollywood breakthrough was Ismail Darbar composed Tadap Tadap Ke from Salman Khan's Tara Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam. The song even left filmmaker Sanjay Leela Bhansali in tears.
क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए, हाँ लुट गए,
The song is still soothing broken hearts.
आह निकलती रही मुझको सजा दी प्यार की ऐसा क्या गुनाह किया तो लुट गए हम तेरी मोहब्बत में हम रहे या ना रहे कल याद आएंगे.
As the indie pop scene exploded in India, KK launched his debut solo album Pal.
ये है प्यार के पल चल आ मेरे संग चल चल सोचे क्या छोटी सी है जिंदगी यारो दोस्ती बड़ी ही हसीन है ये ना हो तो क्या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी है.
Yaron, from the same album where he collaborated with Leslie Lewis of Colonial Cousins, became an anthem for teenagers, a song that's still synonymous at school farewells. KK's silken voice, his high notes echoed through Bollywood. From R. Madhavan's Hindi debut, Rehna Hai Tere Dil Mein, to the musical melodies that launched Kangana Ranaut's career. From superstar Salman Khan to Shah Rukh Khan.
आंखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं हो आंखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं दिल को बना दे जो पतंग सांसें ये तेरी वो हवा.
And Ranbir Kapoor.
खुदा जाने के मैं फिदा हूँ खुदा जाने मैं.
Ranbir Kapoor. KK was the voice of the romantic hero.
खुदा जाने ये क्यों हुआ.
In his musical career, KK also sang songs for TV shows like Hip Hip Hooray.
Hip Hip Hooray. बचपन है बीत गया कब का है दूर जवानी अब भी कुछ खट्टी सी कुछ मीठी सी है अलग कहानी सबकी.
And Shakalaka Boom Boom.
अरे बच्चे हैं तो क्या हुआ अरे नहीं किसी से कम. Shakalaka Boom Boom Shakalaka Boom Boom. आज जवानी पर इतराने वाले कल पछता.
He made an appearance on Coke Studio as well, where he sang a qawwali, Chadta Suraj, along with the Sabri brothers.
चढ़ता सूरज धीरे धीरे.
All we can say now is thank you for the music, KK.
ढलता ही ढल.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
So KK's versatility was not just in emotions, but also it shone through language barriers. He sang in a total of at least 8 Indian languages and thereby clearly proving his talent. So whether it was Hindi, Tamil, Telugu to Kannada, here's now a music journey compilation of Krishna Kumar Kunnath, aka KK, across India. Take a look. मुस्कानों में तेरी लिपटी
Krishna Kumar Kunnath, KK's music, has left an indelible mark in the sands of time. His boisterous yet mellifluous voice resonates all across the nation. Born in Delhi to Malayali parents, KK proved his versatility not just in Bollywood movies, but in a total of 8 Indian languages. An auditory treat for listeners, KK played an integral part in Collywood and Tollywood as well. For many, KK's voice defined Tamil film music era in the 2000s.
Strawberry Kanne.
KK kick-started his Tamil debut with A.R. Rahman in the 1990s with the first ever hit, Strawberry Kanne from Mansa.
Fridge-kull apple pol irundhaval neeye tanga tattil soru benz AC car irundu nenjodu sollada baaram enna tanimai inimaiyaga elumai kodumaiyaga unadu kannodu sollada soham enna.
His collaborations with southern directors like Haris Jayaraj and Yuvan Shankar Raja resulted in several major hits that became an inseparable part of Tamil pop culture in the 2000s. He had sung the Tamil hit number Appadi Podu from Gilli in 2004, which became a pan-India and in fact an international hit. In 2003, he had 2 major hits composed by Haris Jayaraj. Uyirin Uyire from Kaka Kaka, a fast-paced song about love which launched the career of Surya as a full-fledged action hero. And Kalyanam Daan Kattikittu from the movie Sami starring Vikram and Trisha. KK also sang the smash hit Kadal Valarthen, composed by Yuvan Shankar Raja from the movie Manmadan.
Kadal Valarthen, Kadal Valarthen, unmel nanum pulle Kadal Valarthen, Kadal Valarthen, Kadal Valarthen, yeah, usurukulla kudu katti Kadal Valarthen.
KK's romantic songs were also widely celebrated in the Tollywood film industry. Talachi Talachi Choose from the movie 7G Rainbow Colony.
Talachi Talachi Choose, Valachi Vedichi Nadicha, Nikai Nenu Pratiki Untini, Oh, Nilo Nannu Chusu Kontini.
Chelia Chelia from the film Gharshana was some of his most soothing and romantic Tollywood numbers. KK's legacy lives on with his music, and he transcended the language barrier with ease to give so many memorable hits to Indians everywhere in this country. Bureau Report, India Today.
And remember, his last performance was in Kolkata in Bengal, and just a day after that unfortunate sudden demise of singer KK in Kolkata, he was given a gun salute at Kolkata's Rabindra Sadan. Now, this, remember, also reflects the popularity that he had and how in shock people across Bengal are. As you can see, these are the visuals coming in from Bengal about the gun salute, and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also paying her tributes. His mortal remains will be flown to Mumbai for the last rites. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee paid tributes. Family members of KK were also present during the ceremony. Cremation is likely to be held tomorrow in Mumbai. Just to give you a background, KK passed away at the age of 53 just about 24 hours ago in Kolkata after a performance, that last performance on your screen there at the Nazrul Manch in Kolkata at a concert. Kolkata police have registered a case of death. According to sources, injury marks were also found on his face and head. And the moment that word got confirmed that KK is no more, his music that left an indelible mark clearly came to the surface yet again. The singer breathed his last while performing in Kolkata on Tuesday evening. And during that show, KK was also caught complaining about excessive heat and that he was not comfortable. Later, he was then declared dead by the hospital just hours from that incident and from that complaint. Here's a report about a sequence of what happened. He was just doing what he loved on stage and then dropped dead.
This was 53-year-old singer Krishna Kumar Kunnath, KK's last performance before he breathed his last. Held at Kolkata's Nazrul Manch Auditorium on Tuesday evening. KK was performing before a capacity crowd wildly cheering. During the show, KK was caught complaining about excessive heat. He was soon taken out of the auditorium after feeling dizzy and complaining of uneasiness. According to police sources, KK reached his hotel at around 9:40 p.m. after the concert. Once at his hotel, KK called the reception manager and sought help, complaining that he was feeling unwell. But moments later, the singer collapsed. Hotel staff and his personal manager Ritesh Bhatt rushed KK to a hospital in an unconscious state. Doctors there declared KK brought dead with no pulse or heart rate. Sources revealed that there were injury marks found on his face and head. The body was sent for post-mortem to ascertain the cause of KK's death. Meanwhile, the BJP has referred to crowd mismanagement at KK's event, where fire extinguishers were caught on camera being fired at unruly fans, claiming massive negligence.
আমি জানি না কেন বারবার এই ধরনের ঘটনা ঘটে। এখানকার পুলিশ প্রশাসন কোনো বিখ্যাত ব্যক্তি সেলিব্রিটি বিশেষ করে এলে সাধারণ মানুষের মধ্যে একটা উন্মাদনা থাকে, অব্যবস্থা তৈরি হয়, কিন্তু সেটা দেখার জন্য প্রশাসনের দায়িত্ব থাকা উচিত। এই ধরনের শিল্পীদেরকে প্রোটেকশন দেওয়া। আপনি ভাবুন হাজার হাজার লোকের মধ্যে হলে এসি বন্ধ করে দিলে এই যা গরম, বাইরে আমরা অসুস্থ হয়ে যাচ্ছি, ভেতরে কি হতে পারে?
Not only there, incidentally, I was the chief guest of the function. He has taken 4 programs in 2 days.
So was there some mismanagement from the part of the manager?
Not at all. On behalf of the police, it was totally perfect. I saw thousands and thousands of students. They were loitering in the streets, but police could not lathi charge. Police should not lathi charge.
The untimely death of KK bringing heartbreak for India, shattering his huge legion of fans. With Indrajit Kundu in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
And when the news broke around midnight yesterday, there were tributes pouring in. Social media was flooded. People, celebrities who had known him personally could not believe that KK is no more. And since then, tributes have been pouring in, saying Alvida KK. After a very short break, I bring you the tributes from celebrities to fans to politicians, all of them reacting on KK's demise.
...2022's biggest crime news break.
Popular Punjabi rap star and Congress leader Sidhu Moose Wala was shot dead on Sunday.
Terrifying gangster hit on a superstar.
Visuals of the star vehicle is a witness to the dastardly attack.
India Today, relentlessly first at every step.
Sidhu Moose Wala was targeted by these 2 dreaded gangsters.
With Moosewala's family, fans, friends and foes.
Who is this man and what is the gang that he has run?
Banduk, Bishnoi, Badla and Bhagwant. No angle untouched. India watching Moosewala murder coverage. Only on India Today.
A NASA probe has left California aboard a SpaceX rocket to carry out a life-size experiment. The mission's objective is to collide with Dimorphos, an asteroid measuring 160 meters in diameter, located 11 million kilometers from Earth, in order to change its trajectory and avoid a potential collision. DART is expected to hit Dimorphos at a speed of 24,000 kilometers in the autumn of 2022 after a 10-month journey. The asteroid is a moon orbiting a larger asteroid called Didymos. Neither its composition nor its shape is known. The effects of the impact on Dimorphos will be observed by a small satellite that will be deployed a few days before. Scientists believe that none of the 27,500 near-Earth asteroids pose a threat. However, they are only aware of 40% of the asteroids measuring 140 meters or more, which poses a risk of collision. NASA hopes to learn from this historic experience so that it is ready for the day when an asteroid really does threaten our planet.
You
From actors Ajay Devgan to Ranveer Singh, musicians Anu Malik to Vishal Dadlani, the entertainment industry joined in to mourn the demise of the singer. Everyone clearly shocked, still cannot believe that KK is no more. Here's a compilation of the tributes pouring in.
Just when the music industry was trying to cope with the news of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moose Wala's death, another artist sang his final note and said goodbye forever. Playback singer KK, who was in Kolkata performing at a concert, collapsed soon after in his hotel room. He was rushed to a hospital and was declared as brought dead by the doctors. The untimely demise of the prominent singer has left the entire industry and his fans in complete shock. Actor Ranveer Singh took to social media to express his grief. He posted this picture of KK with a broken heart emoji. Vicky Kaushal also expressed how devastated he was by the news. He thanked the singer for his magical voice and evergreen songs. Akshay Kumar also reacted to the saddening news and remembered some of the songs that KK sang for his movies.
He was part of my lots of songs. Airlift के गाने भी उसने एक बहुत बड़ा गाना गाया था, तू भूला जिसे, जो कि actually climax गाना था. It was because of that song the climax was sounding so good. Because वो पूरा का पूरा गाना चलता है, and it was a very shocking thing what happened last night. मैं भी तभी लौटा था, and I heard that, and it's very sad that lots of our singers, we are losing them, and it happened in a very young age.
Filmmaker Karan Johar wrote, and I quote, "Heartbreaking news on the sudden passing away of such an incredible talent. R.I.P. KK, the entertainment world has lost a true artist today." Anupam Kher shared a clip of a song from his film which was sung by KK.
कहती है धरा, कहता है गगन, कहता है ये मन जिसमें है लगन, दिल टूटने पे भी लग में गाए प्यार के, प्यार के, प्यार के। जीना क्या जीवन से हार के, जीना क्या जीवन से हार के।
His friends from the music industry also expressed their sorrow. Anu Malik shared his grief as he wrote, "Shattered beyond words," along with this picture.
I have worked with him so many songs, and to
to get this horrific news was disastrous, to say the least.
Arman Malik took to social media to express his sadness. A black year for Indian music. Lata Didi, Bapida, Sidhu Paji and now KK Sir. These losses, all of them feel so personal. Mika Singh shared this video of the singer and captioned it as yet another shocking and heartbreaking news. The most talented and down-to-earth singer, KK, sadly passed away today. Oh God, what's happening? May God bless his soul and may he rest in eternal peace, still in complete shock. Diya Mirza, Ajay Devgan, Vishal Dadlani, Preetam are among others from the film fraternity who expressed their grief as the industry lost one of its finest artists. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
How would you look at this loss?
That's why I thought you have not given me a
I know. And to the film industry, to us, it is so personal. We can't get over every track that we are playing on our screens. I'm sure resonates across age groups. Literally, I know the lyrics to almost all the songs. And that's the sentiment that most of our newsroom share.
Yeah, hi. I'm really shocked because last night when I heard, I was completely kind of poleaxed. And I said, what happened? And because maybe you know or you don't know, KK has been my baby right from the beginning. I launched his career. I got him his first record deal. I made sure that he got out there to the public. And I composed the songs that you're playing now, which is Yaro Dosti and Pal. And I think I was very close to him when he started off his career. And a very special moment that we had when he said, you know, I used to always dream that one day you'll make my album. And when that album got released, Pal, he came to me and said, you know, Leslie, I've always dreamt that you'll make my album and today you made my dream come true. And that's been a very special moment, you know, for KK and me, and such a wonderful singer and gone too soon. It's really sad, but yeah, I miss him. I mean, I'm going to miss him for a long time because that kind of voice and that kind of a natural singer, I don't think you find so many. And I think that's why he reaches everybody's hearts. Listen to all his film songs that he sung, listen to Yaro Dosti, listen to Pal. It hits your heart, and that's the voice of KK.
And Leslie Lewis was not alone. Listen in now to musician Salim Merchant, who knew KK personally, and when he got the shock of this news, he spoke to India Today, remembering KK, the person, the musician that he was. Listen in.
Joining us right now is Salim Merchant, Indian singer, music director and score composer. Thank you so much for your time. And like I keep saying, you know, it's unfortunate that each time we've been connecting over the last few days, it's been over some unfortunate news or the other. This time around is the untimely demise of KK. How do you look at what has happened late last night?
It's a very, very dark and a very sad time for all of us in the music industry. And, you know, Sidhu's untimely, brutal passing away was a huge shocker. But this is just, I'm still not able to believe. A guy who's so careful about his lifestyle, somebody who's, you know, kept himself very fit and very focused onto and not overworked or not overpressured, has just left us right after a show. I mean, I know KK was never ever like, you know, into overworking or overdoing stuff. He would always finish a concert, go back to his family, spend time at home. And, you know, he never like jumped. He never liked to do 2 shows in a row. He liked to do just one weekend. And he's a guy who's like, you know, who had no bad habits. He lived a very balanced lifestyle. Always happy, always positive, always very, very, very supportive, and, you know, of young artists. Just an amazing human being, really. You know, I mean, we all know he's a fabulous singer, great voice.
Yes.
But beyond that, he was an incredible human being.
So, you know, Salim Merchant, we don't want to speculate on what could have been the reason behind his his death, but a lot is being suggested that he's probably died of a massive cardiac arrest. Do you know about any sort of an ailment, any problem that he was facing as far as his health is concerned?
Not at all. I met him 2 months ago in an airport lounge. He looked very, very comfortable. He looked very comfortable. He looked very, healthy. And he was, we spoke for a few minutes. This was his second show in a row. And it was quite hot at Nazrul Manch in Kolkata. I probably think that, sometimes there's a lot of exertion and there's a lot of heat, and when the venue doesn't have good ventilation, it could happen. But having said that, KK was so fit and he was so energetic. He's pulled off so many live concerts, packed audiences, with especially college festivals, which are really very packed, and it has a lot of energy and euphoria. And he's done them for years and done it well. He's not overworked ever.
As I wrap up this special telecast, our prayers for strength for the family of KK, who are now grieving the musician's loss. At 53, KK is no more, but he's given his fans memories of a lifetime. Thank you, KK. Alvida. Heading into a very short break. When we return, lots more on the other side, but leaving you with the best of Krishna Kumar Kunnat.
हम रहे या ना रहे कल याद आएंगे ये पल हम रहे या ना रहे कल याद आएंगे ये पल
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Let's now bring you an update into Sidhu Moose Wala's murder. The probe has now intensified with regard to the Punjab police and the search teams that have been sent across the country. The questioning of the accused and suspects in the murder will continue today as well. The first arrest has been made. Manpreet Singh, Lawrence Bishnoi gang aide, was nabbed in Uttarakhand. Visuals there on your screen. Manpreet Singh is a notorious drug dealer, is a gangster. He is now in police custody for the next 5 days. Meanwhile, Lawrence Bishnoi has been also taken for questioning by the police and is currently in the custody of the special cell of the Delhi police. According to police sources, Lawrence Bishnoi is not cooperating in that interrogation and the questioning. Lawrence has distanced himself from Moosewala's murder now. Lawrence has told the police that he or his gangs have no role to play in Moosewala's brutal murder. Meanwhile, Bishnoi, remember, you're looking at that man on your screen, has filed a petition in the Punjab and Haryana court seeking not to be moved to Punjab for questioning. Bishnoi has claimed his life is in danger if he's taken to Punjab for interrogation. Take a look at this footage that had come earlier, remember? Now, a second CCTV footage of the murder has now been accessed by India Today. The forensic team will be analysing this CCTV footage to dig out leads in Moosewala's cold-blooded murder, where gunshots, indiscriminate, were heard while people rushed to safety.
दो लोग हमने प्रोडक्शन वारंट में शुभदीप सिंह के मर्डर केस में हम लेके आए हैं, जो कि ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्रिमिनल्स के गैंग के मेंबर्स हैं, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग के मेंबर्स हैं, उनको हम लेके आए हैं और एक जो और दोषी है उनको हमने अरेस्ट किया है। हमें लगता है ये इसी जो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड गैंग का पार्ट है और इस मॉड्यूल के बारे में भी इनके पास कोई खास इन्फॉर्मेशन ज़रूर होगी, तो उनसे जरूर ढूंढाई के साथ उनके साथ पूछगिछ की जा रही है। हमें लगता है कि काफ़ी अहम लीड हमें उनसे मिलेंगे। जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमें मिल गई हैं, हमने सारे रास्ते हैं वहाँ से भी अलग अलग एरिया से अलग अलग टाइम्स के बीच हमने फुटेज निकाली हैं। ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन हमारे पास टेक्निकल एविडेंसेस भी हमारे पास है और साथ में हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी है।
देखिए, ये पंजाब का मर्डर केस है और इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन पंजाब पुलिस द्वारा ही की जा रही है। उन्होंने किसी संदिग्ध के लिए हमारी एसटीएफ को कांटेक्ट किया था कोऑपरेशन करने को। हमारी एसटीएफ ने उनका पूरा कोऑपरेट किया और वो किसी को लेके गए हैं अपने केस में संदिग्ध मानते हुए। आगे उनके साथ पूछताछ भी पंजाब पुलिस द्वारा की जा रही है और आगे की कार्रवाई भी उन्हीं के द्वारा की जा रही है।
Punjab police will now be taking Lawrence Bishnoi into custody. Punjab police has been taking help of central agencies. Remember, this is big news coming in because Special Cell already does have the custody of Lawrence Bishnoi, who has been lodged already on different cases in the Tihar prison. Now, Punjab police is likely to take Lawrence Bishnoi into custody. That is very important because the state police is taking help of central agencies. Why is this big? Because Lawrence Bishnoi has said he fears for his life if he's taken to Punjab for questioning. But the latest is the Punjab police ensuring that they catch on all the leads with regard to Lawrence Bishnoi or anyone else involved in a possible gang planning, gang aggression that led to the murder of Sidhu Moose Wala. Now, amid all this, a question has also arisen. Why are the convicts or even under trials currently lodged in a high-security Tihar jail prison are even being suspects of plotting a murder outside the prison? In Tihar jail, let me tell you, over 17,000 convicts are lodged. It is a maximum security jail, imprisons the most high-profile criminals, and yet the jail has turned, as now is being alleged, a crime haven. Here's a report on why there are criminals and crime stories coming in from inside the Tihar prison. Take a look.
India's biggest prison complex that lodges over 17,000 convicts. A maximum security jail that imprisons a number of high-profile criminals. CCTV camera surveillance, computerized prison management system, scanners, metal detectors, and quick reaction teams on deployment. Despite all this, the Tihar jail seems to have become a crime haven. The police suspect the murder of Sidhu Moose Wala was hatched inside Tihar. The prime suspect, Lawrence Bishnoi, is currently lodged in jail number 8. Sources say the Lawrence Bishnoi gang allegedly executed the hit on the directions from Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar, who claimed responsibility for the assassination of the popular Punjabi musician and Congress neta. A suspect named Shahrukh was detained by the Delhi police a few days ago on charges of using a messaging app to connect from the jail with Goldie Brar. The Delhi Police Special Cell is questioning gangster Bishnoi and his associates Kala Jathedi and Kala Rana. Tihar is linked to many recent high-profile crimes. In March 2022, in a suspected case of gang war, Shekhar Rana, alias Sannata, an associate of jailed gangster Sunil, alias Tillu Tajpuria, was shot dead at Rohini Court. He was allegedly murdered by gang members of slain gangster Jitender Gogi. Police investigation revealed that the murder was conceived inside Tihar jail, allegedly by Rohit Moi, a former partner of deceased Gogi. In 2021, the National Investigation Agency, probing the bomb scare outside industrialist Mukesh Ambani's Mumbai house, had taken into possession 2 cell phones recovered from Tehseen Akhtar, the alleged chief of the Indian Mujahideen, a terror outfit. These incidents put a question mark on the effectiveness of jammers and electronic systems installed on jail premises. Instances point to alleged connivance of jail officials with the inmates. And how are convicts in possession of mobile phones? Tihar officials have also faced action. In May this year, the Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing arrested Assistant Superintendent Prakash Chand for allegedly assisting imprisoned conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar in running his elaborate extortion ring. The Moosewala murder has once again put the spotlight on how the gangsters lodged in Tihar jail are freely running their crime empires. Bureau Report, India Today.
A question that definitely needs to be asked. I'm heading into a very short commercial break. When we return, the Enforcement Directorate has sent a summon to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. The Congress party has cried political vendetta and said Modi government is misusing agencies. Let's get you that big political storm after a very short break.
You are watching in
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Delhi Mantri's arrest triggers a firestorm. Smriti Irani fires 10 questions at Kejriwal. She asks, how clean is your cheat? Kejriwal calls the case farzi. The big political showdown coming up on Newstrack.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC, AC for healthier homes. In association with SBI Life, अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and these are the headlines. KK's post-mortem report rules out unnatural death. Music industry mourns the sudden demise of iconic singer. Cremation to be held tomorrow. Mismanagement and chaos marred KK's last concert in Kolkata. Fans being sprayed with fire extinguisher caught on camera. Mega BJP and TMC blame game erupts. Big ticket decisions by the government. Hindu government officials to be transferred to district high courts headquarters from far-flung areas. This comes after a spree of targeted killings of Hindus in the valley. ED notice to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in National Herald case. Congress cries political vendetta, says Modi government misusing agencies. ED freezes 23 bank accounts linked to Popular Front of India. Agency says more than 60 crore rupees deposited in these accounts over the last 13 years. Moosewala murder plot unravels from Tihar to Punjab jails. Cops grill gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Forensic team to study the shootout video. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath lays first carved stone for Ram Mandir sanctum. Says invaders had attacked India's faith. Pledges to make Ram Mandir India's national temple.
इन आक्रांताओं ने अपने नापाक इरादों के माध्यम से भारत की आस्था पर प्रहार किया था. अंततः भारत की विजय हुई.
All right, viewers, our top focus concerns the Gandhi family. The National Herald case is back to haunt the Congress High Command or the Gandhi family. Both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress on this part calls it political vendetta and hunting down of the opposition by using state machinery. The National Herald case, like I said, continues to haunt the Congress. The Congress has confirmed that the Gandhis will cooperate with the investigation. Sonia will appear before the ED on June 8th. Rahul, however, is travelling and has reportedly sought more time from the ED. The Congress lashed out at the ED, accusing the agency of working at the behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party. ED sources have told India Today that Rahul Gandhi has been asked to appear on 2nd of June and Sonia Gandhi on June 8th. This is the first time that the Gandhis have been issued a notice in the case, and ED sources have said they will be questioned on alleged illegal properties acquired by them.
आजादी के आंदोलन की आवाज बने इस अखबार का मूल मंत्र तब और अब दोनों समय था, आजादी खतरे में है, अपनी पूरी ताकत से इसकी रक्षा करें। आज फिर उस समय की अंग्रेजी हुकूमत का समर्थन करने वाली विचारधारा आजादी के आंदोलन की इस आवाज को दबाने का घिनौना षड्यंत्र कर रही है। इस षड्यंत्र के मुखिया स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी हैं और उनका हथियार उनका चहेता और पालतू ईडी है। देश को गुमराह करने के लिए आए दिन मुद्दों को भटकाने की राजनीति में माहिर मोदी सरकार अब बदले की भावना में अंधी हो गई है। जिस मानसिकता ने अंग्रेजों का साथ दिया था, आज गुलामी की प्रतीक वो मानसिकता आजादी की कुर्बानियों से प्रतिशोध ले रही है।
अब मोदी सरकार कोशिश कर रही है।
कभी आपने देखा कि कोई मुस्लिम बोले कि वो बेईमान है? कभी कोई मुस्लिम बोलता है कि मैं बेईमान हूँ? सजा हो जाती है, 20-20 साल जेल में रह के आते हैं, वो हमेशा ही बोलते हैं कि गलती में हमको फंसा दिया है। तो जो आदमी कटघरे में खड़ा है, जो बेल पर है, तो बेल उठवा लो ना, चार्जेस हटवा लो ना, क्यों नहीं करते? तो इसलिए नहीं करते हैं क्योंकि कागज सच्चे हैं और कागज परमानेंट होते हैं, तो वो उनको उस जगह पर खड़ा रख रहे हैं। ये तो वैसे ही है ना कि चेहरा गड़बड़ था और आईना साफ कर रहे हैं, तो जो है सो है, भ्रष्टाचार है और कोर्ट उसको देख रहा है, अच्छी तरीके से देख रहा है। मैं उस पर कमेंट क्यों करूं? लेकिन मेरा ये कहना है, आपके ऊपर चार्जशीट लगती है तो यार आप कोर्ट में जाते हैं, इसको क्वैश करो, क्योंकि आप ईमानदार हैं। जो ईमानदार नहीं होता वो बेल लेकर के दूसरे प्रयोजन करता है। तो ये बताता है कि आपके कागज जो हैं वो बिल्कुल कमीशन के साथ लैस हैं पूरे।
All right, viewers, I want to cut across right now to my colleague Munish Pandey, who's been tracking the Enforcement Directorate and the case that they have built against the Gandhis. Munish, politically, the Congress says it's vendetta, but what is the case that ED has built against the Gandhis on which they have been summoned now?
Yeah, well, as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, they maintain that from point of time they investigated with the related, that is Young India and AJL. As there was an attachment Directorate in regards to this case, and recently several of the Congress party, including Mallikarjun Kharge, they were summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. They appeared and they stated regard the Enforcement Directorate. Now, as far as the Gandhis is concerned, both the sources have told India Today that the recording statements of all the office bearers of National Herald, AJL and Young India, and that is why Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi both have been summoned, because their statement for each is important as far as this entire case is concerned. And that is why tomorrow, that is June 2nd, Rahul Gandhi has been summoned to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. On June 8th, Sonia Gandhi has been called for to come before the ED and record her statement. So as far as ED is concerned, they maintain that their case is based on the evidence which they have gathered against National Herald, AJL and Young India. But as far as Congress is concerned, they are calling it a political vendetta against the
Munish,
Congress.
before I let you go, very quickly, Rahul Gandhi is travelling. He's asked for more time. What does it mean? Because he's been summoned first.
Yeah, well, Rahul Gandhi has been called tomorrow by the Enforcement Directorate. We have been given to understand that the Congress party has asked for
Munish, can you hear me?
Yes, Priti, I can hear you.
Munish, the ED has summoned Rahul Gandhi tomorrow. Rahul Gandhi is asked for more time. What does it mean?
Yeah, well, this is the first summon which has been issued by the Enforcement Directorate. So every person who has been summoned by the ED, they have a right to appear before the agency, or they can skip this summons. Now, this is the first summon, and that is why he can ask for more time. The ED usually grants time.
Munish, we're having a problem with your audio link. We're going to try and rectify that. Appreciate you joining us. With what we could gather, Munish has elucidated that the first summon against Rahul Gandhi, in all probability, he will not be appearing because he's asked for more time, and the ED, as for precedence, will entertain that plea and give him more time. So he will not, in all probability, be appearing tomorrow. I'm going to quickly now shift focus to the big story, which is also developing where West Bengal is concerned. It seems, viewers, Saurav Ganguly has something up his sleeve. Nobody quite knows what it is. Some people are contemplating whether it's a political move, but it all started with a tweet. BCCI chief Saurav Ganguly has posted a cryptic message on Twitter. Dada took to the microblogging site and wrote, "This year marks 30 years of his journey with cricket and it has given him the support of the people." BCCI chief added that he is planning to start something new, that he feels he will help probably a lot of people. He said, "I hope you continue your support as I enter this chapter of my life." Right after this tweet, speculations triggered that Dada might be starting a political innings. Dada's remarks come just weeks after he had dinner with Union Home Minister Amit Shah and several senior BJP leaders at his residence in Kolkata. Meanwhile, BCCI Secretary Jai Shah has confirmed that Saurav Ganguly has not resigned as the president of India's cricket board. Cutting across to colleague Suryagani, who's joining us for more. Suryagani, what is it? There are various theories being attributed to that very, very cryptic tweet. Is he taking the political plunge? Is Rajya Sabha in order? Or is it entirely something different that he's looking at?
Well, Preeti, the tweet, it completely shook the length and breadth of this country. It came at around 4:30ish, and after which, we could feel the tremors everywhere, be it Delhi, Mumbai, or even in Kolkata. But, close sources from Saurav's team have clearly indicated that, it is a brand, it's something to do with a brand promotion, which he'll be speaking in a few, days from now. It's mostly brand promotion that he's talking about. Secondly, there was a lot of buzz that, after the tweet got viral, that he has resigned from his post of BCCI. Now, Jai Shah, as you rightly mentioned, secretary of the BCCI, he has completely, shrugged off this entire theory that Dada has resigned from the BCCI. So he's still over there. There might be a probability of him, trying for the ICC chairman's post. Now, Saurav Ganguly is cricketer. He's an athlete, who doesn't need any kind of introduction. Right. And he is handling the BCCI very well. His critics are his fan. And, the ICC might be his next, he might look for a future in the ICC as well. So, however, all these theories started cropping up simply because, the Amit Shah 2 weeks back was at his place and he's known to be close to Mamata Banerjee. So he, the political pundits kept on guessing what his
Lots of speculations on right now, Suryagni. Lots of speculations, and you're right. It possibly started after Amit Shah dining with Saurav Ganguly at his residence. But till now, it seems to be no Rajya Sabha, no political plunge. What in all probability it was is a promotion for a brand that he possibly would be endorsing. Thank you, Suryagani, for joining us. Let's now quickly move on. And this time we cut across to the state of Punjab and at the back of the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moose Wala. Let's get you up to speed, viewers, where the investigations stand as of today in the murder of Sidhu Moose Wala. The first arrest has been made. Manpreet Singh, a Lawrence Bishnoi aide, was nabbed in Uttarakhand yesterday. Manpreet Singh, a notorious drug dealer and gangster, is in police custody for 5 days. Meanwhile, Lawrence Bishnoi was taken for questioning by the cops and is currently in custody of the Delhi Police Special Cell. According to police sources, Lawrence Bishnoi is not cooperating in the interrogation. He has distanced himself from Moosewala's murder, telling the cops that he or his gangs have no role in Moosewala's murder. Bishnoi has filed a petition in the Punjab and Haryana High Court seeking not to be moved to Punjab for questioning. Bishnoi claimed that his life would be in danger if he's taken to Punjab. Meanwhile, a second CCTV footage has been recovered, of the murder, and it's been accessed by India Today. A forensic team will be analyzing the CCTV footage to dig out leads in Moosewala's cold-blooded murder.
जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला है उसके घर के आसपास जो सीसीटीवी लगे हैं उसमें कोरोला कार दिखाई दे रही है जो ऐसा लगता है कि रेकी कर रही थी। तो क्या ये सीसीटीवी आप लोग को मिला है, जैसा आपने बताया भी कि सीसीटीवी मिला है, इस पर तफ्तीश जारी? बिल्कुल, ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमें मिल गई है। हमने सारे रास्ते हैं वहाँ से भी अलग अलग एरिया से अलग अलग टाइम्स के बीच हमने फुटेज निकाली है, तो काफ़ी सारी अहम लीड्स है जहाँ ये करोला कार है जिसने रेकी की है, क्या रूट लिया है, रास्ते में कहाँ रुकी है, कहाँ ओवरटेक किया है, काफ़ी मैनेज किया है, ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन है। इसके अलावा भी कहाँ उस एग्जिट रूट उसने क्या लिया है, कहाँ ये करोला गाड़ी अबैंडन मिली है, उसके बाद आगे बोलेरो गाड़ी कहाँ अबैंडन मिली है, कहाँ पे ऑल्टो गाड़ी स्नैच हुई है, ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन हमारे पास टेक्निकल एविडेंसेस भी हमारे पास है और साथ में हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी है।
आपका कहना है कि जो शूटर्स थे वो 3 गाड़ियों में आए थे और तीनों गाड़ी आपने रिकवर कर लिया, 4 गाड़ियों में आए थे?
शूटर्स अभी जो मैं तफ्तीश की भी 2 गाड़ियों में आए हैं, एक करोला कार में और एक बोलेरो कार में।
अच्छा, तो बाकी जो ये आपने 2 कवर आपने कार बता,
जो करोला कार थी, करोला कार मौके पे छोड़ दी गई थी, उसके बाद ऑल्टो कार स्नैच की गई थी।
अच्छा,
ऑल्टो कार स्नैच करके दोषी भागे हैं।
अच्छा, तो अभी तक जो शूटर्स हैं, क्या एक सवाल बहुत अहम है कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने कुछ शूटर्स को अरेस्ट करके खुलासा किया था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारने की साजिश रची गई थी, पंजाब पुलिस से आप लोगों से शेयर किया गया, तो आप लोगों ने क्या किया?
नहीं, बिल्कुल उनको सिद्धू मूसेवाला को ऑलरेडी थ्रेट थी, तभी पंजाब सरकार की तरफ से उन्हें गनमैन जो प्रोवाइड किए गए थे, 2 कमांडो के गनमैन उनके पास थे।
तो अभी एक और अक्यूज को अरेस्ट किया था, शाहरुख, दिल्ली का गैंगस्टर था, वो पंजाब में बाकायदा सिद्धू मूसेवाला की उसने रेकी की थी, तो उसके बारे में क्या दिल्ली पुलिस ने आपसे शेयर किया था?
नो कमेंट्स, ये हेडक्वार्टर लेवल पे आपस में टाई अप रहता है।
अच्छा, क्या जो शूटर हमले में शामिल थे उनमें से अभी तक किसी की अरेस्टिंग हो पाई, आइडेंटिफाई कर पाए आप उनको?
नहीं, बिल्कुल इसमें अभी काम चल रहा है, जल्दी आपको रिजल्ट देंगे।
All right, let's move on to the other very, very tragic news report that came in last night. Viewers, singer KK is no more, and with that he's broken many, many hearts who followed his music so closely over years. A day after the sudden demise of singer KK in Kolkata, he was given a gun salute at Kolkata's Rabindra Sadan. His mortal remains will reach Mumbai at 7:30 p.m. for the last rites. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee paid tribute to the iconic singer. The family members of KK were also present during the ceremony. The cremation will be held tomorrow in Mumbai. Preliminary post-mortem reports rule out unnatural death of the singer. The final report will be published in 72 hours. KK passed at the age of 53 in Kolkata after a performance at a concert. The fact is, viewers, many extremely shocked, and the question which everybody is asking, what possibly killed KK, for someone who really didn't have any health issues to really talk about. Here's more.
हम रहे या ना रहे कल याद आएंगे ये पल.
He was just 53, a massively loved singer who crooned on love, life, passion and heartbreak. Also known for his youthful exuberance and super fit lifestyle. A non-smoker who never had alcohol, with no known pre-existing medical conditions. But iconic singer KK is suddenly gone.
रहे या ना रहे याद आएंगे ये पल.
The singer, who was performing at a Kolkata concert, had complained of the sweltering heat and then uneasiness. After the auditorium, with a capacity for 2,500 spectators, saw a 6,000 strong crowd turning up. KK was eventually escorted out of the auditorium. Moments later, he collapsed in his hotel. The hospital to which he was rushed declared him brought dead, with no pulse or heartbeat for the ECG test on arrival.
What happened in that concert? Obviously, a concert is like a high intensity, high energy event. And if there was a pre-existing heart disease which
he may or may not have realized. And contributing factors can be the strenuous 2 hours that he spent there, the exhaustion, and also the heat.
So fans are wondering what killed one of India's most beloved singers at this relatively young age. Several theories are doing the rounds, including heat stroke, finally a heart attack, all compounded possibly by the impact of a heavy workload. Doctors suspect cardiac arrest, possibly triggered by heat stroke and an extremely hectic work schedule in the sweltering heat.
The two significant factors that play a role in younger people getting heart disease are basically genetic, stress, which I'm sure any performer has to go through a lot, and 3, if there is diabetes, it is an added significant risk factor.
He's not the first celebrity to leave the world at a relatively young age. Earlier, TV star Siddharth Shukla and Kannada superstar Puneeth Rajkumar had also died. With Indrajit Kundu in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, rest in peace, KK. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is our fact check segment.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
हमारे बड़े हमें चील फरश्ती के लिए ले जाया करते थे। हम जमीन पर लेटे आसमान में उनके डिजाइन देखा करते थे। सर घूमता था, लगता था आसमान में गिर जाएंगे।
The Indian documentary All That Breathes won the top documentary award at the Cannes Film Festival. Indian filmmaker Shaunak Sen bagged the Golden Eye Award, which is awarded to the best documentary presented in one of the sections of the Cannes Film Festival. All That Breathes follows the lives of siblings Mohammed Saud and Nadeem Shehzad, who work out of their basement in a village in Delhi. They rescue and treat injured birds, especially black kites. This is the second big award that the movie has gotten. Earlier, they won the Grand Jury Prize at the Sundance Film Festival, which drew a lot of attention. The Lion d'Or Documentary Award, also known as the Golden Eye Award, was created in 2015 by the French-speaking author society La Scam in collaboration with the Cannes Film Festival. The winner also gets prize money of 5,000 euros, which equals 4.16 lakhs. In 2021, filmmaker Payal Kapadia had won the award for her documentary A Night of Knowing Nothing. So far, only 2 Indians have this award.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting a video is going viral with the caption that this was Sidhu Moose Wala's last interview. Incorrect, viewers. This particular interview of Sidhu Moose Wala is by Sonam Bajwa and it dates back to March 2021. There have been more interviews that he did give post-March 2021. With that fact check, time for us to go into a quick break. You do stay with me. On the other side is To The Point.
fancy living in royalty? Then you should start saving up for £1.3 billion. That's how much Buckingham Palace will cost if it were up for sale. According to a new study by McCarthy Stone, UK's leading home construction company, the royal lifestyle is not easy to afford. The total value of UK's royal property reached £3.7 billion in the year 2022. Are you curious to know which are these castles and how much do they cost? Let's find out how much it would cost to buy and rent for a month. To buy Buckingham Palace, it would cost £1,600 million. To rent would be £2.6 million. What about the St. James Palace? Well, if you look to buy the palace, it'll be £600 million, and renting it would cost £1.7 million. If you wish to buy Windsor Castle, it'll cost you £580 million, whereas renting it is £1.7 million. What about the Kensington Palace? Well, to buy the palace, you'd have to shell out £558 million, and to rent it is £0.18 million. The Clarence House. The Clarence House can be bought for a whopping £298 million, while renting it would cost you £0.09 million. Although the royal family will put up these properties to sell or rent, would you ever fantasize to buy or rent one someday?
Imagine waking up to a new catastrophe every day. The world that we live in is leading towards a future where in a year there will be 560 catastrophes. This is not a plot of a horror movie, but instead this will be our reality, according to the UN. Yes, the UN has said if we don't act on climate change now, by the year 2030, we will have 560 catastrophes a year. Report by the UN paints a grim picture. It says most disasters would be weather-related, like fires and floods. But many will be hazards such as pandemics or chemical accidents. The scientific report said climate change is increasing the magnitude, frequency, duration and severity of climate-related hazards. It has become a major driver for disaster losses and development achievement setbacks. We currently are experiencing many heat waves. The report says that by the year 2030, the number of heat waves will be 3 times of what it was in 2001. The scariest part is this. The report talked not just about climate disasters, it looked at COVID-19, economic meltdowns, food shortage, all triggered by climate change. Decisions made by humans are too narrow and have been over-optimistic about the risk of the potential disasters. This leaves the world unprepared. The chief of the UN Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, Mami Mizutori, said if we don't get ahead of the curve, it will reach a point where we cannot manage the consequences of the disaster. According to the World Meteorological Organization, India's average annual loss in 2020 was around $87 billion. This was due to floods, cyclones and droughts. In 1990, disasters cost the world about $70 billion a year. Cut to now, they cost more than $170 billion. This is after adjusting for inflation and it doesn't include the indirect costs. Amina J. Mohammed, UN Deputy Secretary General, said the world needs to do more to incorporate disaster risk in how we live, build and invest, which is setting humanity on a spiral of self-destruction. We must turn our collective complacency to action. Not just this, but the Asia-Pacific region suffers the highest damage. The region loses an average of 1.6% of their GDP annually to disasters. Climate change demands action now.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने
It's a battle on four fronts between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. Front 1, the arrest by the ED of Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain. BJP calling out the anti-corruption stand of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Does he knowingly now give patronage to those who have not only deceived the treasury but also deceived people, to those Mr. Kejriwal says should be declared as देश के गद्दार?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिमाचल प्रदेश में चुनाव हार रही है और इसी के कारण से सत्येंद्र जैन की एक फर्जी बेबुनियाद मामले में गिरफ्तारी की गई है।
Front 2, BJP slamming the Aam Aadmi Party on law and order in Punjab post Moosewala's murder.
हम इतना दुख हो रहा है कि पंजाब में ये सब हो रहा है, क्योंकि पंजाब शांति की तरफ, उन्नति की तरफ चलना चाहिए, ये पीछे को जा रहा है।
दिल्ली के कोर्ट के अंदर, गैंगवॉर के अंदर, जज के चैम्बर के अंदर लोग मारे जाते हैं और दिल्ली पुलिस जो सीधा केंद्र सरकार के अंदर आती है वो कुछ नहीं कर पाती।
Front 3, Aam Aadmi Party claiming the centre is using the newly elected Delhi LG to infringe on the rights of the Delhi government.
तो इसलिए हमारा एलजी साहब से ये निवेदन है कि जो मुद्दे दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार के तहत आते हैं उन्हें मुख्यमंत्री और उनके कैबिनेट मंत्रियों को हैंडल करने दीजिए।
देश के सामने, दिल्ली के सामने एक बड़ा मुद्दा है, सत्येंद्र जैन का मुद्दा, उस पर से ध्यान भटकाना है। तो अब उपराज्यपाल महोदय से टकराने के लिए पूरी तैयारी की जा रही है।
Front 4, Delhi Chief Minister charges at centre for failing Kashmiri Pandits in the valley.
इस तरह 16 कश्मीरी पंडितों को इसी साल चुन चुन के मारा गया। ये सब कश्मीर समाज का हिस्सा है। कश्मीर का आम आदमी यही चाहता है कि कश्मीर में रहने वाले हिंदू और मुसलमान सभी एक साथ रहें, सुख से रहें।
BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party, an all-out war on To The Point this evening. All right, viewers, we're going to get a political face-off. We're going to go into it in just about 3 minutes between Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party and Manoj Tiwari from the Bharatiya Janata Party as the parties trade barbs over multiple issues. But I want to bring in, before that, our National Affairs editor, Rahul Srivastav, who's joining me right now to get a larger understanding, Rahul, for our viewers, that why is it the BJP has cornered the Aam Aadmi Party on all fronts, be it Delhi, where Satyendra Jain is concerned, the LG's role, the newly minted LG, be it Punjab, when it comes down to law and order. The BJP is going after the Aam Aadmi Party on all fronts.
Preeti, sometimes politics is so multi-layered that one needs to go under the peels. Now, if you look at this war between, what I say is that in this war between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, there is a very strange political kinship which is becoming visible between the two parties. Why I say that? That if you go back a little bit in time, there was an Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister and the head of Aam Aadmi Party, who used to attack Narendra Modi ferociously. And then we found that he changed tack. Sometime 2 years ago, he stopped attacking Narendra Modi directly. And there was a calibration or attack by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. As recent as last few days, if you see that there are television and radio ads on Yoga Day. Now, Arvind Kejriwal knows very well that the Yoga Day was proposed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi June 21st. It is not the Congress which has ever talked about it, but he had endorsed it and given it his own spin. If you see the states where Arvind Kejriwal is foraying,
right,
the Goa is the best example that if there was no Aam Aadmi Party and Mamata Banerjee's TMC, the results of Goa would have been different. Now, if you see what the BJP, I will say, is doing, is the BJP is creating a direct battle between it and the Aam Aadmi Party. And it is largely in those spaces where either it does not have a very strong presence, say, for example, in Punjab, by taking on Aam Aadmi Party directly, eventually it is trying to do what it did in Bengal, that it became the principal challenger, edging out the Congress and the CPM. That's what the intent in Punjab is. In other states, say Gujarat, in Kashmir, and several others, the BJP realizes that it needs to create a division in the anti-BJP votes as far as the players against the BJP is concerned, to ensure that the BJP remains the key player. And if you see, one of the most critical examples could well be in the coming days is elections in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, where the direct rival of the BJP is the Congress party, and the Aam Aadmi Party over the last few years is definitely not challenging BJP directly, but trying to eat into the votes of the Congress party first, create that space, political space for itself all across the country, and then become a challenger to the BJP. So right now, this transitory phase for the Aam Aadmi Party, where it is going, the BJP is utilizing the Aam Aadmi Party as a vote diminisher or a divider for the rivals like Congress.
Rahul Srivastav, appreciate you taking out the time, sir. Thank you for joining us, giving us that perspective. I want to pull in now our two guests for the big political face-off of the evening. Sanjay Singh, Rajya Sabha MP, Aam Aadmi Party joins me. Manoj Tiwari, Lok Sabha MP, Bharatiya Janata Party joins me. Thank you for joining us. बहुत शुक्रिया, आप दोनों ने वक्त निकाला, हमारे साथ जुड़े. सर, बस दोनों को यही कहूंगी कि पर्सनल अटैक से दूर रहिएगा. पर संजय जी, पहले आप पर आती हूँ. मेरा पहला सवाल संजय जी यही है, हर अकाउंट पे देख लीजिए संजय जी आज आप, अगर दिल्ली में सत्येंद्र जैन के अरेस्ट के बारे में हो, अगर पंजाब में जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन है, मूसेवाला के मर्डर के बारे में हो, जो एलजी का रोल है, हर अकाउंट पे आज आपको बीजेपी कह रही है कि आपकी सरकार विफल है. सर,
देखिए, बीजेपी क्या कह रही है वो महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, बीजेपी क्या कर रही है वो ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है. बीजेपी कर रही है और उसके बाद आरोप भी लगा रही है, कह भी रही है, ये इनका बड़ा खेल है. मैं चाहूंगा थोड़ा इको कम करा दीजिए
जी. बहुत जरूर. If the PCR can hear us, please introduce his echo.
प्रीति जी, इन्होंने हमारे मुख्य, आज वक्त क्या है, किस मुद्दे पे बहस होनी चाहिए थी, किस मुद्दे पे सरकार को चिंता होनी चाहिए थी और बात क्या हो रही है, ये भी हमें समझना जरूरी है. कश्मीरी पंडितों की हत्या हो रही है कश्मीर में, कैबिनेट मंत्री को चिंता उसकी होनी चाहिए थी. मोदी सरकार को कैबिनेट बुला के उस पर चर्चा करनी चाहिए थी कि कश्मीरी पंडित वहां से पलायन करने की बात कर रहे हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा नहीं हो पा रही है, एक के बाद दूसरी हत्या की घटनाएं हो रही हैं, उनका प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, लोगों में गुस्सा है, रोष है. और हो क्या रहा है, सत्येंद्र जैन को कैसे बदनाम करना है, आम आदमी पार्टी को कैसे बदनाम करना है. यह पहली बार हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ प्रीति जी. आपको याद होगा, मुख्यमंत्री के दफ्तर पे सीबीआई का छापा हुआ, उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया के घर पे सीबीआई का छापा हुआ, हमारे तमाम मंत्रियों पे ईडी सीबीआई का छापा हुआ, 34 विधायकों को पकड़ के जेल में डाला, बाद में उनको कोर्ट से बरी किया, दिल्ली पुलिस को लताड़ लगाई गई, एक दिन में 9 एफआईआर किया आदित्यनाथ जी ने मेरे ऊपर, राष्ट्रद्रोह का मुकदमा लगाया, 23 एफआईआर किए. तो राजनीतिक द्वेष के कारण एक नहीं अनेक मंत्रियों को, विधायकों को, हम लोगों को बार बार उत्पीड़न और प्रताड़ना झेलना पड़ा है. यह कोई नई बात नहीं है. सत्येंद्र जैन पे एक और मामला सीबीआई का चला था और उस वक्त भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी चिल्ला चिल्ला के कह रही थी इनको इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए, इनको बर्खास्त कर देना चाहिए, इनके परिवार को जेल में डाल देना चाहिए. और बाद में क्या हुआ, 5 साल के बाद सर्विसेज के मामले में जिसमें सीबीआई जांच चल रही थी, 5 साल लग गया सीबीआई को और क्लोजर रिपोर्ट दाखिल हो गई. ये जो मामला ईडी का है, ये 8 साल पुराना मामला है. 8 साल में 7 बार सत्येंद्र जैन जी की पेशी हुई ईडी के सामने और कभी उनको गिरफ्तारी की जरूरत महसूस नहीं हुई. जब सत्येंद्र जैन हिमाचल प्रदेश के इंचार्ज बनाए जाते हैं, वहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हालत खराब होती है, लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी की वहां लोकप्रियता बढ़ रही है, केजरीवाल जी की रैलियां हुई, सभाएं हुई, मजबूत लोग पार्टी में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. उस वक्त कह रहे सत्येंद्र जैन को गिरफ्तार करना है, उठा के जेल में डाल दिया. तो आपके पास शक्ति है, ईडी है, सीबीआई है। वो ईडी सीबीआई नीरव मोदी पे काम नहीं करती, वो ईडी सीबीआई मेहुल चौकसी पे काम नहीं करती, विजय माल्या पे नहीं करती, ललित मोदी पे नहीं करती, हजारों करोड़ लूटने वाले लोगों पे नहीं करती, येदुरप्पा पे कार्रवाई नहीं करती, रेड्डी ब्रदर्स पे नहीं करती। वो ईडी सीबीआई व्यापम घोटाले पे कार्रवाई नहीं करती, राफेल घोटाले पे कार्रवाई नहीं करती। वो ईडी सीबीआई बनी किसके लिए है? सत्येंद्र जैन, केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया। तो आपके पास आज ताकत है, आप इसका जितना दुरुपयोग करते हैं कीजिए, लेकिन इन एजेंसियों की प्रतिष्ठा को बहुत बड़ी चोट और डेंट लगी है। 8-8 साल आप एक मामले को चला रहे हैं और जिसमें कि कुछ नहीं निकल रहा है।
संजय जी, आपके को पैनलिस्ट
होकर बाहर आएंगे।
जी संजय जी, आपके को पैनलिस्ट आना चाह रहे हैं। मैं मनोज तिवारी के पास जाना चाहूंगी। मनोज तिवारी जी, आम आदमी पार्टी, संजय सिंह जी जो अभी बात कर रहे थे, वो कह रहे हैं कि आप डर गए हैं, हिमाचल में आपकी लोकप्रियता कम हो रही है, आम आदमी पार्टी की बढ़ रही है, जो आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है, इसीलिए आप डर गए हैं और आप एजेंसीज का दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, हिमाचल में क्या होगा ये तो चुनाव में पता चल ही जाएगा, लेकिन संजय भाई साहब ने 2-3 बातें जो कही वो स्वयं में ही उसी पे मैं सवाल करना चाहता हूं। आज सत्येंद्र जैन जी के ऊपर क्या केस है? हवाला कारोबार का केस है। फर्जी कंपनियां बना करके और ब्लैक मनी को हवाला के रूप में ले जाकर फर्जी कंपनियों के नाम पे दिल्ली की जनता का गाढ़ी कमाई का पैसा लूटने का आरोप है। और वो जैसे संजय भाई अभी कह रहे थे 7 साल से, मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, ये तो ईडी ने इतना टाइम दे दिया कि 7 साल कह रही है कि आप इसका कोई क्लैरिफिकेशन दो, इसका कोई रीजनेबल रीजन दो, लेकिन सत्येंद्र जैन जी लगातार इसमें फेल रहे। और आज के दिन में एक हवाला कारोबारी को, एक भ्रष्टाचारी को, जहां आम आदमी पार्टी जैसे ईमानदारी के साथ जितना लोग अपनी बातें करते हैं, उनको तो इसको अटैक करना चाहिए, ऐसे लोगों को अपने पास से हटाना चाहिए, स्वयं डिमांड करनी चाहिए कि जो भ्रष्टाचारी है उसको उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। लेकिन आज एक हवाला कारोबारी को बचाने में लगी है आम आदमी पार्टी। आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को इतनी तकलीफ हो रही है, वही अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो कई मामलों में कहते हैं कि हम किसी को सर्टिफिकेट नहीं देते, और वही आज कहते हैं हमने सारे कागज देख लिए हैं, इसलिए सत्येंद्र जैन बिल्कुल बरी कर दिए जाने चाहिए। इसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहां से आ गई? एक संस्था जो कि ऐसे ही आपराधिक कारनामों का सत्य जानने के लिए है, तो ऐसे में इतने समय बाद भी अगर आप अपनी बेगुनाही का सबूत नहीं दे सकते, और एक मैं आश्चर्यचकित हूं कि जब जब ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारियों पर, हवाला कारोबारियों पर, जनता की कमाई लूटने वालों पर जब कार्रवाई होती है तो ये लोग कहते हैं हम लड़ेंगे, हम झुकेंगे नहीं। अरे इसमें भैया झुकने की कोई बात ही नहीं है, ये तो सारा कागज में तय है, कितना पैसा कैसे हवाला से गया, कैसे फर्जी कंपनी बनी, तो ये सारी चीजें जनता के सामने हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी किसी को भी भय देने के लिए उसकी जो सरकार है वो ऐसा कार्य नहीं करती। और मैं आपके चैनल से स्पष्ट बता दूं कि ये कोई सत्येंद्र जैन जी नहीं है। क्या ये राहुल गांधी जी और सोनिया जी पे केस नहीं हुआ है? संजय जी बोलते बोलते केवल आम आदमी पार्टी के लोगों का नाम दिए। मेरा मानना है कि इस देश में निश्चित रूप से जब भी कोई कार्रवाई होती है, सत्य तक जाने के लिए समय लगता है। इसमें हमारे केंद्र सरकार से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है। जो बेईमानी करेगा, भ्रष्टाचार करेगा, उसको सजा होगी, और कोई कितना भी चिल्लाए, भ्रष्टाचारियों को सजा होनी ही चाहिए।
संजय जी, एंटी करप्शन पे पेटेंट तो नहीं है ना आम आदमी पार्टी का? वो कह रहे हैं कि अगर जब आप चाहें उसको एंटी करप्ट कर दें, किसी को बोल दें कि ये अभी करप्ट है, इसको हम निकाल रहे हैं। सत्येंद्र जैन पे केस तो चल रहा है 7 साल से, अगर वो करप्ट नहीं है, भ्रष्टाचारी नहीं है, तो छूट जाएंगे।
देखिए, ये ईडी और सीबीआई को बहुत मजबूत संस्था मानते हैं मनोज तिवारी जी, और वो ऐसी मजबूत संस्था देश की 7 साल तक कुछ नहीं खोज पाई सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ। यही इस बात का प्रमाण है कि वो बेगुनाह हैं। उनके खिलाफ कुछ नहीं था। 7 बार पेश हुए, 7 बार जो पूछताछ उन्होंने की उसका जवाब दिया।
संजय भाई,
मनोज जी से पूछ लीजिए पहले, तब मैं बोलूंगा। जब वो बोल रहे थे तो मैं चुप था।
ये बात बहुत अच्छी है कि आप दोनों बड़े प्यार से एक दूसरे से बात कर रहे हैं।
उनसे जवाब
नहीं, आप बहुत प्यार से बात करें, ऐसे ही बने रहिए। संजय जी,
वो जब बोलेंगे
मनोज
तो
जी,
मैं नहीं बोलूंगा।
मनोज जी, आप संजय जी को भाई करके कह रहे हैं, संजय भाई को फिर खत्म करने लीजिए, फिर आप बोलिएगा।
बिल्कुल खत्म करेंगे। मैं ये बोल रहा था, एक लाइन गलती हो गई, बीच में बोल पड़ा कि 7 साल पूरी जानकारी लेने के बाद ही ये कार्रवाई हुई है, ये भी याद रखना चाहिए।
ठीक है, अभी मैं आपके पास वापस आऊंगी। संजय जी को कंप्लीट करने दीजिए। संजय जी बोलिए, आप अपना पक्ष रख रहे थे।
तो मेरा यह कहना है कि 2 मंत्रियों को हटाया गया, एक दिल्ली में और एक पंजाब में। जैसे ही साक्ष्य सामने आए उसमें सत्यता लगी, हमने हटा के किनारे किया, उनको बर्खास्त किया, कार्रवाई के लिए भी आगे लिखा, जेल भेजा। इस पूरे मामले में बार बार पूछताछ के जरिए, कागजों के जरिए जितना कुछ देखा गया, जितना कुछ सामने लेकर आए, 2013 में जिस कंपनी से वो इस्तीफा दे चुके हैं, 2015-17 में कोई मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग हो रही है, उसमें कह रहे हैं कि साहब आप दोषी हैं। जिस कंपनी में वो किसी पद पर नहीं है, इस्तीफा दे चुके हैं 13 में। तो आरोप आपको लगाना है। मैं कहता रहा हूं, आपने किसको छोड़ा? मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री, तमाम मंत्री, तमाम विधायक, सब पे आरोप लगाए, सब पे मुकदमे लिखे, सब पे जांच कराई, निकला कुछ नहीं। इसमें भी कुछ नहीं निकलेगा। अब मामला न्यायालय में है तो वहां अपना पक्ष रखने दीजिए। और क्या कार्रवाई करने के लिए सत्येंद्र जैन पर बचे सिर्फ आपको मिलते हैं, या आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग मिलते हैं, या दूसरी पार्टियों का भी और दूसरे पूंजीपतियों का भी जिक्र मैंने किया। नीरव मोदी, मेहुल चौकसी, ललित मोदी, विजय माल्या, क्या किया आपने इनके खिलाफ? जो देश के लोगों का हजारों लाखों करोड़ रुपए लूटकर बाहर विदेशों में बैठे हुए हैं। आप आज तक कुछ भी नहीं कर पाए। राफेल का घोटाला हुआ, 500 करोड़ का जहाज 1627 करोड़ में खरीदा गया। और मनोज जी को शायद याद नहीं होगा, ये तब भारतीय जनता पार्टी में नहीं थे,